Good morning, our people. We're here once again to converse with you, discuss, talk about things that will, at the end of the day, make our lives better. That's all this is all about. We are not here for to be the face of your pain or whatever. We are here to be the face of your solutions, solutions to issues. We are ready to go home. We want more for our people. We cannot continue to sit in a place that is already built for us when our land still needs building. So our goal is for everyone to be on board, for everyone to understand what we're doing, where we're going, so that we can get home and get home soon and start doing the work. Getting the self-determination is one thing, but we haven't even talked about building the nation. So you can see that we are running out of time. We are desperate. We're not getting any younger. Don't let this picture that you're seeing online deceive you. And when you get up in the morning, your bone lets you know that you're not young. You can't spring out of the bed anymore. Yeah. So time is of essence. And we are hoping that today the show will be impactful. It's life changing. Oh, and again, once again, we are looking for change agents or ambassadors of change. We need people to come on board and want more. And that's what this entails. Do that spirit of wanting more, wanting a change, hunger for change. If you are one of those things, then you're a change agent. Come on board so we can get this work done and get to our destination. My name is Martin Saga, and today is January 22nd of 2022. And I will allow my sister to introduce herself.
Thank you very much, Mona. Thank you, our viewers. Once again, I would say please help us to share, subscribe, like. Those on YouTube, there's a bell there, and hit it so that when a new video is uploaded, you will be the first to be notified. We're a team in this work. Like my sister said, we're ambassadors of change. We're here to change things. We're not ready to accept this status quo. We want things to be done differently, and we believe that we can do it. So please be part of us. Encourage others to join so that we can move forward. My name once again is Dr. A.P. Simon Akube. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. Food for thought as we proceed. The consequences of lies and dishonesty are not only that they break down and create new social networks, they also produce fraudsters. They ruin workplace and business relationships. They make other people to be more creative and influence them on how to tell lies more often. They cause anxiety because truth is easier to remember. You see, with time, everyone becomes dishonest, including elders that should know better. At the end of the day, the entire society is ruined to the extent that people are unable to differentiate truth from lies. According to recent literature reviews, dishonesty and constant lying increase stress hormones and can lead to a lot of negative health outcomes, including high blood pressure and other heart and vascular complications. Please, my people, welcome to this platform that teaches you and upholds truth and encourages honesty in every human endeavor. Because you know what? Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards. Thank you very much.
My dear, you can say that again. Anything built on lies will collapse like pack of cards, and it's not doing you any favor. How can a group of people that want to get to a destination fast be playing with lies? Does that even make sense? No, it does not. So come on board, be a change agent. Let's start all over. Let's do this thing the right way. We have wasted enormous time doing the wrong thing, lying to ourselves, photoshopping, pretending, shouting, crying, even praying 7 times a day and fasting during the week and all kinds of stuff, and nothing works. So time has come for us to do the right thing. I mean, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. So all you have to do is to come up and be part of us, and we're going faster. So help us to share. As you can see, it looks like something is blocking something. Like I keep saying, between my husband and children, at least 6 people should be on here, but it's saying 4. So I don't know who is blocking, if it's Facebook or if it's, what is it called? If it's Facebook or it's YouTube. I don't know who is blocking or what. But anyway, help us to share today's show. Okay. Okay, give me 1 minute just to share real quick and then we'll come back in. I'm almost done, a few more minutes. All right, so I will go ahead and start and then we'll see how that goes. As you all know, today our brother Tony is with the Yoruba Nation having similar talk on NINAS, because all we want to do is for people to understand the process. If you understand the process, then it's a game changer. We are done. We are done with dead people coming from their graveside to be our president. We are done with the same group of cabals waking up and deciding that they will rule us from the time they are 29 years of age to the time they are 100 years of age. It will be over. And it's also even heartbreaking to watch our young ones continue to be part of the campaign group for these people that we know evidence is there that they have held us hostage. And our people are so confused about what is doing them, like my sister is always say, that they are there actually campaigning, sharing cards, charge cards, and what's not for these politicians. And I think it's only stemming from the fact that we don't know what we need. We don't know what it takes. And that's where the education comes in. So we're here every Saturday to educate our people on what is needed to stop this recklessness, to stop this political recklessness that we know will never take us anywhere, but instead it will renew our enslavement with the failed defunct federation called Nigeria. So that goes well with our topic today that says stop this political recklessness and embrace the NINAS proposition for good governance. Because it's a no-brainer. If this thing is done, what it will do is to take power away from the criminals in charge right now and put it in the hands of people that we will elect to lead us, because we do need leaders. Somebody will have to lead. But it's not this group of wolves that we know for sure don't care about us. So what is governance? Governance is the existence of economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs at all levels. It comprises the mechanisms, processes, and institutions through which citizens and groups articulate their interests, exercise their legal rights, meet their obligation, and mediate their differences. And then on the other hand, when you look at good governance, it's an approach to government that is committed to creating a system founded in justice and peace that protects individual human rights and civil liberties. The United Nations even understood the importance of this good governance, and they identified 8 factors that can be used as a measure. The first one is participation, right? So there are 8 of them. So the first one is participation, which requires that all groups, particularly those that are most vulnerable, have direct representative access to the system of government. We know in the defunct federation that we do not have that. The second one is the rule of law, which is exemplified by impartial legal systems that protect human rights and civil liberties of all citizens, particularly minorities. This is indicated by the independent judicial branch and a police force free from corruption. Mhm. You know, we don't have that in the defunct federation. And then the third one is transparency, meaning that the citizens understand and have access to the means and manner in which decisions are made. Ooh, we have never experienced that, especially if they are directly affected by such decisions. That's why you have the likes of Tinubu, the criminal in charge, coming out to be our president. This information must be provided in an understandable and accessible format, typically translated through the media. You know what our media house is doing? They are busy serving our slave masters. The fourth one is responsiveness, which means simply involves the institution response to their stakeholders within a reasonable time or frame. Nobody listens to us. Even when our children came out to demonstrate for things that are not going well in our land, they were killed. And then we're looking at the fifth one, which says consensus oriented. That one is demonstrated by an agenda that seeks to mediate between many different needs, perspective, and expectation of a diverse citizenry. Decisions need to be made in a manner that reflects a deep understanding of the historical, cultural, and social context of the community. We have never experienced any of this. So you can see we don't even have a nation. The sixth one is equity and inclusiveness, which again depends on ensuring that all members of the community feel included and empowered to improve or maintain their well-being, especially those individuals and groups that are most vulnerable. That's not for us. And the seventh one is effectiveness and efficiency, developed through the sustainable use of resources to meet the needs of the society. Sustainability in this case refers to both ensuring social investment carried through and natural resources which they will maintain for future generations, not in our lifetime. Last but not least is the accountability, which refers to institutions being ultimately accountable to the people, yeah, right, and one another. This includes government agencies, civil society, and the private sector, all being accountable to one another as well. None of this have ever happened in a nation or the country called Nigeria. So, as we can see, none of this ever existed in that union of death called Nigeria. Again, what really exists when we are marked for death, right? By our colonial masters, they left us there thinking that someone will actually take us out, and to their surprise, we are surviving. And the sad part is that we still have people that are collaborating with our colonizers to keep us down. So the indigenous people trapped within Nigeria cannot achieve good governance under this illicit military 1999 constitution, which only produce venomous parasitic leaders whose sole agenda is to embezzle our collective wealth, plunder, exploit, and again, on top of that, bully our people. So the only feasible solution on the table is the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Understand this. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That proposition is the only thing that will take the power back away from these criminals in power, criminals in charge, that will take the power away from people coming from their grave, dead people. I've seen them on Facebook. Dead men are on our platform asking us to vote for presidency. You can see that you too can be part of this team who wants a better life for our people. Are you the change agent that we are looking for? Are you that ambassador of change that we are looking for? We have to get this work done, because if not, Tinubu will continue to come to be your president. Abubakar, is that his name? will come out to be your president. Everyone that we know for sure, even people that are not even Nigerians, will come out to be our president. So let's start today by playing our first video so that you can see the depth of the problems that we find ourselves in. Sister, please go ahead.
Thank you, Samona. Thank you, our viewers. Thank you for, you can see that you're sharing, because you can see when people share and like. We appreciate you. Like we said, this work, we're doing it together. So the first video, from this 4 video, what we want you to take out is for you to understand that our political elites, whether Fulani elites, Igbo elites, Yoruba elites, Ijaw elites, those cabals, those elites that call themselves elites, are the reason why Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Elites like Professor Morgan, Professor Tommy, they are the ones holding us down because they have refused to allow this change, this fundamental change that is needed. They want to go and get their own cake because it's cake time. Whether people are dying, they don't care. Whether people are, they will come and speak big English for us, as if we don't know all these problems and all these solutions already. We're asking you, why is it that after 100 years of existence, we couldn't do these things? Professor Morgan, or whatever you call yourself, you're speaking English. You think we don't know those things, those theories? We know them. We all went to school. We don't even know how your own, these people that bear professor, we don't know the name of it. We are saying there is need for a fundamental change. This Nigeria that you're seeing cannot be built because there are certain things in the foundation that will not allow it. You can't even smell Aso Rock. You can't go near. You're wasting our time. You cannot get to Aso Rock alive. It's either they kill you or you don't make it. But my problem is not that you're trying. My problem is that you're wasting our time. That's my
precious time, for that matter.
Precious time, the time that we do not have. Because we're in a critical moment. This is emergency. People are dying every day. The change that we require is not the one that you wait for 2023 for somebody that wants to gamble with some things that he's not sure about to come again and deceive us. It's not about manifesto. There is a change that needs to happen before we can begin politicking. Listen to this video just for you to understand that other people understand our problem as well. Why is it that you, so-called professors, cannot understand this same problem?
And African countries became more and more divided with each election in the 1960s and 70s. So now groups of people were not only divided based on ethnicity, but also separated politically based on where they were born. From the perspective of a politician, this made perfect sense. If you want to win votes, appeal to certain ethnic groups. But from the perspective of the country as a whole, it made the country more difficult to govern over time. And if a candidate decided to appeal to the whole country instead of specific ethnic groups, then they would lose elections. And so, through a natural process, African nations tended to become more divided after independence, all thanks to the social and political systems left behind by their former colonizers. A prominent example of where this went horribly wrong was Rwanda, with the Rwandan genocide, where over 500,000 members of the Tutsi ethnic group were massacred, along with many other crimes against humanity. Once a party got into power, they would try to keep the power for themselves. Many Africans saw democracy as nothing more than a mess of infighting, with opposition parties abusing their power to hinder the greater national interest. Therefore, a single-party system was created in many African nations in the years following independence by crushing the opposition. And in countries with hundreds of different cultures and languages, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to deal with all of them vying for power. By the 1980s, the elites had taken full control over the political system in most African countries. And so, very little changed after independence, with European elites replaced with African elites. And those new elites were concerned that they would be overthrown in a coup. So, how were they going to keep themselves in power? Well, by taking the money intended for economic development and handing them out as salaries to powerful government officials to keep them happy enough that they wouldn't start a rebellion. But whereas colonies had oversight from their European government, who would fire anyone getting too corrupt, the new leaders had no such oversight. And to show just how incompetent some of these governments are, in the Central African Republic, the government didn't even keep proper records of financial transactions. By 1964, Senegal spent 47% of the government budget on the elites, 58% in Ivory Coast, and 65% in Dahomey, now called Benin. And if outsiders wanted access to African resources, all they had to do was bribe government officials to get access. And so African governments and companies started paying money to the African elites to gain access to the resources rich nations needed to run their own economies. As a result, the elites became richer, while the poor became even poorer. So if you're an oil company, all you have to do is bribe government officials and you can extract all the oil that you want. The elites would get a portion of the profits, while the people would see no benefits from resources taken from their own country. This is a system which is still active in many parts of Africa to this day. And if you're a country or company who does not want to give money to corrupt politicians, then there will always be somebody else who is willing to pay. As a result, anyone who thinks morality is more important than those resources will always be outcompeted by the ones who are willing to pay the bribe. Thus, you create a system where world leaders who are willing to pay those bribes will always have an advantage over those who won't pay bribes. And over time, bribes had become the norm in Africa. The Africans were not stupid, of course, and saw what was happening. They would often protest or even start rebellions to stop their own exploitation. But in the 1960s, African countries did not have a strong enough military to keep the peace. So, who did they call upon to restore order? Well, their former colonizers. The French and British in particular suppressed rebellions and protests across Africa in exchange for greater access to African resources. For example, in 1962, French troops broke up fighting in what is now called the Republic of Congo and put down a rebellion in Cameroon. The British, meanwhile, suppressed mutinies in Kenya and Tanzania. By 1965, these military interventions became common across Africa, from Algeria to Congo, Benin, the Central African Republic, Upper Volta, Ghana, Nigeria, Ethiopia, all independent countries, and all had European troops stationed there to secure European access to African resources. African nations experienced around 40 successful coups within the first 2 decades after independence, and so Africa gained a reputation for being a very unstable country. So unstable, in fact, that almost nobody wanted to invest in Africa anymore except for their resources. And this highlights another issue. People think of Africa as a single entity, a continent filled with poverty and war. So when someone hears about, for example, Boko Haram in Nigeria, it is often grouped with the rest of Africa as just being another war in a continent filled with war. Yet what most people don't realize is that the area in which they operate is over 1,000 kilometers away from Nigeria's economic centers and has almost no effect on business. They are further away than Amsterdam is from Warsaw. But companies will still refuse to do business in Africa because of this belief. And this creates a cycle. People group Africa together as a poor continent, resulting in less business, which results in Africa staying in poverty. It is for this reason that throughout this video I have used the words most, almost all, or few quite a lot to show that Africa is a diverse area and simply cannot be grouped together in most cases due to this diversity in peoples, landscapes, and cultures. Despite all these issues, some things did improve in Africa. By the 1980s, African politics started to stabilize with fewer coups.
All right, so we'll continue this video. Let's just go ahead and add some more information to this. Sister, go ahead. Let me.
So, my people, we're saying that even people that are not Africans are following what is going on in Africa and African nations, because these things are not hidden. And that's why we cannot understand why people that call themselves professors cannot grab this information. They're in the open. They're not hidden at all. And in summary, we are saying that the colonial structures in Africa must be dismantled, and in Nigeria specifically, must be dismantled for us to move forward. And NINA's proposition is our own indigenous solution for our local problem and our local disputes. Those that remember the IRA proposition during the Biafran War, we wanted to solve our internal problems because we knew our problems. We knew that having lost the federation, that at least because of how we are very diverse. We are diverse nations, cultures, so many things that we will need a confederation. And that was what that proposition was about. And the colonial masters ruined it, thanks to their stooges. And then rather than that correction, fixing that thing, we went into full-blown war and genocide. At the end, up to 5 million people were killed, which they are not ready to recognize. They will recognize Rwanda genocide. They will recognize Jewish Holocaust. What about Igbo Holocaust? What about Biafra Holocaust? When are you going to recognize it? And that's the problem we tell our brothers that like making noise about Biafra. That making noise is not the issue. If you make noise, they will join you to make noise. Some lawyers will even come and join you to get their own money because they can see that you have free money to throw around. So they will come and share the money. Then you ask, you have always known the truth. You are a Nigerian lawyer. How come you did not support NINAS to solve this problem? Rather, you will join in the euphemism, the one that is making noise. Let's make noise and collect our money. Rather than joining in solving the problem, giving it a lasting solution. Decolonization is what needs to happen in Africa and in Nigeria. And that is what NINA's proposition is all about. We need our own local solution to our local problem. We don't need foreigners to come and do it for us. We can do it by ourselves. We have brains. We have sense to do these things. Watch again in the next section some of the things he said. Because there are people in Africa that have been speaking and are listening to them. That's why they make some of this comment show for people that should know to know. We're asking, why is it that our own elites are stubborn, deaf, dumb, wicked, stupid, reckless, anything you can call it? Why is it that they've refused to allow this change to happen so that we can move forward? Why do they like deceiving us? Playing games around. Go ahead, please, sister.
It's sad, my sister. It's sad. Even this guy did a very good narration by informing them how the system was set up only to benefit the colonizers. Exactly. And we're still talking about the same system. They will never set it up for you to be free. They set it up in order to have corrupt officials for them to come in and take resources to build their own nation. You heard the man say it in there. And until we change that whole system, until we totally dismantle, like radicalize that whole system to benefit us, we will be running in circle. And the political system in Nigeria is one of those ways that the colonial masters will continue to have a stronghold on us. If we don't get rid of whatever that is going on in Nigeria right now by following NINAS protocols, then we will be running, this whole thing will be happening. And the worst part of it is that they will not mind to sit again and watch second Rwanda genocide. They will not mind again to watch another Biafran genocide, they will not mind. As long as their business is flowing, you guys will be fighting war and they will be coming there to pick their resources and fly out. So you see that we can no longer allow our enemies to dictate for us. Time have come. We are so mature. We have come of age to deal with this problem. Why do you guys think God sent us all over the world? For those of you that are still in doubt if I'm able to do this, look at the great work you have done. Whatever you may have found yourselves. We have been everywhere all over the world and we're able to survive just with one suitcase into any country. Before you know it, we have made a home, we have started a business, we have done it all. So why is it then that we are leaving our destiny in the hands of those representing the colonial masters? You see, going to 2023 election will renew our enslavement. It will continue this paradigm that our colonial masters started before they left. They will continue to serve them until we understand that if we want our power back, and start all over, that is the beginning of good things in our lives. But if we continue to speak English and call ourselves professors and we have 20 microphones in front of our faces, then that means we are not ready to go yet. And the good part about all of these things is that God is not coming down. He's not going to change this because God has a proposal on the table called NINAS proposal. If you think that fasting and praying and going to election will change it for you, then you'll be lying to yourself. I will play this next video.
These policies primarily focused on using the strength of Africans themselves, rather than by having policies enforced upon them by the outside world. The African Renaissance can only succeed if its aims and objectives are defined by Africans themselves, if its programs are designed by Africans ourselves, and if we take responsibility for the success or failure of our policies. African countries started to work together more through institutions like the African Union by reducing trade barriers to make trade between African countries easier.
That's what you think.
Investing in stable governments to make sure that you didn't have to worry about a civil war right across your border. And by creating various agencies to cultivate African talents. And these trends have had an effect in the last 3 decades, with some African countries now being the fastest growing economies in the world. And so we arrive in the 21st century, where history is too recent to make any real historical analyses. However, there are some trends worth noting. Africa is still facing many issues. They are the least prepared for climate change, while probably suffering the most under it. A third of all children are malnourished. A third of children don't finish high school. Extremists find it easy to recruit the vast amounts of poor, unemployed young people. Pandemics are common across the continent, with COVID being just one among many, and the economic development of Africa is limited to certain countries. African countries are looking at the economic successes of East Asian countries and are adapting those policies for their own countries. This is resulting in factories, agricultural centers, and tech centers being opened across
agricultural centers owned by other countries, right? And that's what we have to, when our brother earlier said that we have to have aims and objectives that is developed by Africans, run by Africans, shared by Africans. If not, these people will continue to misconstrue information. Yes, there are businesses in the land, but how many of them are owned by the indigenous peoples? The businesses that we see there are the Indians producing mass phone for their own country. We see Chinese building our airport or railroads, speak even with Chinese translation on it. So is that really the development that we want?
And we have civil engineers.
We have
civil engineers.
And then we're taking billions and billions of loans that we know very soon that China will now colonize us the second way around. So you see that we don't have time to waste. You see that we cannot continue to play with the political thoughts that call themselves our leaders anymore. You can see that we cannot allow another round of 2023 election to commence upon us because we know what that means. It's another group of people that will come like President Bubu to collect billions of dollars to repair his toilets, billions of dollars for his son to marry a wife and him becoming whatever they made him. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars that our children they will never have any way to pay it, because right now our educational status in terms of our children graduating from school is very low. So how are we going to compete with people that are already up here when we are way down here? Then we are piling ourselves on top of that, debts on top of our head, on top of, you see that we're not going anywhere. So any more election of 2023 will just, it will just do us under, period. There's no other way to do it. It will literally do us under. And that's why we are desperate for people to understand this NINAS proposal. And don't let that rise. Don't let the fakeness of whatever they are doing around there deceive you. That if we can change all of this, and there's nothing the world can do, they're waiting for us to change it.
Exactly.
They're waiting for us to change it. Go ahead, sister.
You know, the thing is that when our population was small, we could manage these few crops from colonial masters and their stooges. But you know what? Now we are over 200 million. So we can't manage these crops anymore. And that's why you see more trouble. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves. Because when we don't have anything to eat, we start killing and eating ourselves now. So it's either we kill and eat ourselves, or we kill and eat the politicians. Somebody has to be eaten. And this is why we are telling their politicians. Soon, the people will start eating you. They are eating themselves right now. Don't think that your high walls will protect you. Kiss me, Morgan, part of Tommy. Your high walls will not protect you. Leaving your children abroad will not protect you. The people are eating themselves right now. Go and see what is happening in the land. Soon they will start eating you politicians, because they will understand this thing, that you are the ones holding them down. So they will start cutting you and eating you, using you for barbecue. Embrace NINA's proposition. This proposition is very timely. It's a local solution for local crisis. Government of Nigerians, for Nigerians. It is not by Nigerians, not government of Fulanis and Britain over Nigerians. When it's voting time, they will say the South is minority. And then our people in the South will start going to the North and call them their kingmakers.
Try.
When it's time for federal allocation of resources, they will say South is minority and North will get the lion's share. When it's time for generation and contribution of wealth into the federal purse, North will bring little to the table, while South will carry the entire burden. This is a case of monkey they walk, baboon they chop. The kingmakers, who always choose leaders over us, should get ready to generate resources, because music is about to change. When you see this video, these are the real youths, not Sherima Shetima or Sherima Yedrima or Yerima Shetima, whatever he's calling himself, that is 17 years and saying he's a youth. These are the youths from the North. So that for you to understand that it's not this thing they are painting through media that will help us. It's not the fake rice and granite pyramid that will save them this time around. There's hunger in the land. People should get ready, because that sand that you're putting inside bag and putting it on top of that wood and say it's rice pyramid, very soon the people that did not get the rice will eat you. Starting from Bubu to Tifnubu to Osibanjo, to all of you that have refused to allow the people to move forward, they will eat you up. Look at what these children are doing. Then you see, these are Nigerians. This is Buhari's poster. Those that can understand Hausa and those that cannot understand Hausa, watch the children and see how they move. See their reaction to ordinary poster. they will begin to understand what they will do to human beings when they see the people. Because hunger is real. It is not a joke.
My gosh.
Because of time, we can play the next one. But we are using this to show our people real reaction, not adulterated reaction, not stage man reaction, not the one that media, NTA will come and channels will come and paint and show you. Real feelings. These are children. Imagine what these are youths and children. Imagine what their parents will do. Now, this is what their reaction to ordinary poster. Imagine what they would do to the human being. Do you people understand that what you're cooking, you will soon eat it? And NINAS is here to help you so that we get a well-tailored solution. We will fix these things and not go into explosion. This is interview on the street. These are real Nigerians that will tell you how they feel. Listen, for you to see that our campaign is working, it's getting to the grassroots. And when that information goes wrong, I'm telling you, your life cannot sell anymore. Your life has expiry date. And we're here to make sure you get to that expiry date by teaching our people the right thing, by teaching our people truth, and then presenting solutions to them. Please go ahead, Sister Mona.
Supposed to be caught. Is it not that fool that said that he has dismantled the Boko Haram? Now, what do I want to say? It's not a new thing. There are many books that Buhari has brought to Nigeria. Many criminals will brought them to books, will do this, will do that. You see, there is nothing new in Nigeria. The only solution to this country is referendum. They do not deceive themselves. Nigeria is a dead country. It's a failed nation. Whether they like it or not, if they don't do it in time and they allow Nigeria to restructure itself, they won't like it. All these people that they thought that they are in secure place today, all of them, they will look for a way to run away from this country that will be waiting for them. Go to Lagos now. Go even in this Abuja. Who can walk freely now? How many people can walk freely in federal capital? NSAS. That's a warning. The next one, even UN that closing their ear and eyes now, they will come, they will call, nobody will listen to them. Nothing like 2023 election. It's a foodoo. All things that can make Nigeria to be peaceful before 2023, let Buhari write his name with golden pen. If it's truly meant for Nigeria, let them call for consult conference or a referendum. Let people speak their mind out, not the election. Who want to be election? Is it somebody who want to contest? Tinubu, road, some robber, killer, want to rule this country. I'm a Yoruba man, but I can never support when they come to the issue of Nigeria. Somebody like Tinubu is not worth to become a councillor again. Not talk of president. Who are those people? Is Buhari going to support Tinubu, or who is the candidate that we have now? And then if anybody comes without the referendum, there can never be peace in this country, because any country that is injustice, there can never be peace.
Nope.
Let all the pastor, Adeboye, Kumuyi, all of them pray. Let all the imam come together. There can never be peace in this country, or else there is injustice. That's the truth. But God is not. We cannot continue to fool God.
It has been the same old story. Charging and charging and charging. The same old wine in a new bottle. The result will still remain the same. They say rejuggling of the security apparatus. The result will still remain the same. What this country needs is total restructuring. It's total what? Restructuring. Security have to be decentralized. Charging the security chief has been the order of the day since 1998. Has anything changed? Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
They say the same old story, and it will bring out the same result. What are the results? Killing, burning of houses, destruction of innocent Nigerian properties from north to south. That is the result of the charging, and nothing good will come out of it, except and until Nigeria is restructured, total restructure, political restructure, economic restructure, security restructure. That will be the solution of Nigeria problem.
The insecurity, something to do with joblessness, hungry, and also we have, don't get me wrong, we still have jihadists who are doing this to convert everybody to Christianity. Yes. I'm saying for the past 3 years. That's what jihadists who are doing this in the far north to convert everything, everybody to Islam. You see, coming to the elections. Electoral bill or the electoral bill. Some elections in Nigeria have not been honored. OBJ in 2003, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. In 2007, he rigged Buhari and Ojukwu. Buhari himself in 2019, he know that he didn't win the election. He rigged. So how can Nigeria be deceiving themselves? Pastors, lecturers, lawyers, doctors, they say to go and register, go and have your voters card. At the end of the day, somebody who didn't win the election we take charge. Look at Imo State. Look at Ekiti State. To me, Nigeria is going down. I'm sorry.
There's no opportunity in analyzing political situations, the development of the polity, and all those stuff. So because of that, most people will not want to, because our president charging the services to take actions against the body, something they have done. We have made several pronouncements about it, and we saw the promises he made when he was coming to power, that 2 months after his section, that banditry and Boko Haram will be a thing of the past. But what have we seen? We've seen, instead of a cooperation of banditry activities, Boko Haram activities escalating beyond the point where it was before he came to power. So it's not something one can just really delve into. But like I said, I'm not looking at the headline.
All right, so we'll stop sharing here. Please help us to continue to share. You can see that Facebook is again at work, doing what it needs to do, because they are part of the colonial masters. They are part of the ones that don't want us to understand what it takes to be, to be an independent nation, true independent nation. So we know what they're doing. So if you want us to overcome this, please continue to help us to share throughout the show. They are blocking this. If I was here now twerking, doing all kinds of stuff, they will allow 1 million people. But for the fact that we are talking about what we use to liberate Africans, liberate ourselves, so that we can build our own Facebook and have other people come and use it. That's what this is all about. They want us to continue to while away in ignorance, continue to, act like children when we are adults, continue to call ourselves youth when we are 70. When other youths of 70-year-old in other countries have retired and waiting for their checks to come in the mail so they can go on vacation. So please help us to continue to share. You can see that our people are frustrated. The good news is that they understand that it's a problem at hand and they have a way to solve it. Everything must come down. People must be given a voice to decide what to do in that nation before any freaking election. It's just that simple. So for those of you telling people to go and pick up your PVCs, ignorant people that are hiding somewhere overseas, telling people go and pick up your PVC, Tinubu, the dead man himself, he actually came back from the dead, because they talk to each other in the spirit, to tell you that your PVC has expired, people. Do you know what
that's how your voting will expire too?
Yes, that's how your voting will expire. He knew. It's only God, this God that we pray for or pray to. Do you know the only reason why that thing came out of his mind, because came out of his mouth, is because he's running for an election?
Yes.
The PVC was left with no expiration date. So you, the monkey, will tell yourself that you have a PVC.
Mm-hmm.
When you get there and swipe it, you will act like you swipe it, nothing will read for you. If the President Jonathan can be struggling to have his own PVC recognized, your President Jonathan, yes. Imagine you, the monkey and the baboons. What kind of PVC card you have? Don't let the shininess, because they have the Americanized system, so it looks shiny. It looks like something you can get when you go to Europe or US. It's fake. Tinubu told you that your stupid PVC has expired. Go and renew it. We cannot afford to go to this election, my people. Go ahead, sister.
And it has been the case over and over. Some people think it started with Buhari. Buhari just came to make it louder. This is what is going to happen to you when we eat you up, and nothing will happen. Because it's about self-determination for Fulanis. Buhari has been preaching self-determination for his own people. The only difference is that for him, you will die for Fulani to take your land. So they need to kill you. Either they chase you out of your land, they kill you, all the things they will do to you with the British people, and you will move and they will take over the land. Britain will prefer to have Fulanis on your land because they can get whatever they want to get from Fulani. So they will aid them. But you know what? They cannot do that except you are stupid, except you are gullible and allow them. This NINAS proposition did not come out now. It's just that it has been in phases. The first phase is to get the alliance to work before the public will hear. Because if you make it public, they will kill all the people working for the alliance. Do you know that Obasanjo, I heard that Obasanjo in his own time killed a lot of people, up to 100 people working on this proposition underground, because he told you people that this proposition, NINAS proposition, has been on for about 21 years. People have been working on it with their resources. The real patriots, the people that love the human beings, they have been working on it. And Obasanjo in his own time knew about this proposition. What did he do? He killed the people, closed down banks, just to make sure that this proposition does not see the light of the day. But what happened? Things got worse. Now we have more agitating groups. Now, currently, and more are coming, because the problem needs to be changed, solved. We have told you here that the introduction of Sharia law in 12 northern contiguous states means that the people of that part have left the country. They have left the secular nation that we thought we were building. This current Nigeria is not the nation our forefathers negotiated for. It has been hijacked. So it is time to renegotiate our existence. Whatever it will take, we must talk to our people. Those that are trying to drag us to that general election, that 2023, they are our people. Abaribe is Igbo man. Mogalo is Igbo man. Otomi is Igbo man, or part Otomi, or whatever he calls himself. All these people are from the south. You see, the Fulanis cannot work except they use our own people. So we are saying, talk to your people. Because the blood that will come, the bloodshed that will come, you will not imagine it. Whatever it takes, we must talk to our people. The bloodshed that they are avoiding, because some people say, oh, if we try to push for self-determination, there will be massacre. No, not through NINA's proposition. The massacre that is coming is going to come among the politicians. APC, PDP, and the talks, you children, you youths that will decide to work for APC and work for PDP, you will be killed. You are the ones that will be killed. It's like when we are warning those that are doing self-determination, doing freedom fighting. We said, if you go this way, Nigeria will send his people and they will kill you. Some of the boys that we have been working for in this project before now, we told you we are with them. Some of them are dead as we speak. They have been killed.
A lot of them.
A lot of them, we can't even locate them anymore because they failed to listen. We told them there is a process that will ensure them to be alive and see these new nations that we're talking about. They said, no, we want action. We want action. We want to do something. They carry broomstick, cutlass, bottle, broken bottle, and enter inside forest because they want to take action. We tell them that's not the type of action that we are talking about in 21st century. But what happened? They got killed. So please, we are pleading with you. Go to your pastors, go to your priests, go to your GOs, go to your traditional rulers, talk to them, talk to your politicians, because there will be more insecurities, there will be more hunger in the land. Now people are asking us, what can they do? Spread this gospel. That's what you can do. Spread this information. The work has been completed. The proposition is on the table and everything you can think of is in that proposition. Now is your responsibility to go and talk, go and deliver the message to the people to hear. It's not only Buhari. Some people think that when you vote out Buhari, then you will not be okay. The fact is that you can't even vote out Buhari. You tried to vote him out now in 2019. Did you vote him out? You did not vote him out. So whether Buhari is here or is not here, our people, what is happening will continue to happen because it's a bigger plan. Go and deliver this message. It's not only Buhari that knows how to deliver message in a way his enemy will understand. You go to the Igbo Efulefus, those that are begging the North to make them king. Somebody was saying that with time, those people, that when they go and make such statement, before they get back to our land, they will get a response that they never fought for, that they never thought of. Stop jumping up and down. Stop kidnapping our innocent people. Please, there is work to be done. If you can listen to what we are saying, you will understand the work and know where to go. Your brothers that are going to make stupid comments, assuming that you have delivered this message properly to them, the next person will not make that type of statement. Go and ask them, are they not hearing that there's a solution on the table? There are many ways to deliver a message. What is important is that when you deliver the message, the person hears it. There are many ways to deliver a message. We can't be saying things here. You know it. Stop suffering my people. Stop making them to sit at home for 1 week. That's not intelligent. Why are you doing this to them? You're making them to suffer. You're making their lives more miserable. How is sitting at home for my people, how is it going to affect Fulani man that is living in the north? How is it going to affect the Igbo elites that are living, not even living in Biafra land? They are busy living in Abuja and Lagos. See, the proposition is on the table, NINAS proposition. Each block needs to understand it so that they will understand how they can make it happen in their own block. The Yorubas are having a meeting today. They invited Brother Tony to come and speak to them. They are working in their land. The Middle Belt people are working in their land. Our own block, the Lower Niger block, we need to work in our land. Stop making my people to die for nothing. Stop killing my people for nothing. There is work to be done, and you need to understand this proposition so that you understand the work you need to do. Please, this thing we're saying is going to get hotter. The next video that my sister put up here is for those in diaspora. Those that think that because they're British citizens, American citizens, Chinese citizens, tsunami citizen, where all those countries that they call. Because you are there, you think you are safe. Something is coming for you. Watch this video, that will give you an idea what is ahead. Thank you, sir.
The Nationality Borders Bill, which is before Parliament and has received second reading. We look at this particular bill because of the controversy that it has generated over the last few weeks. Although we were alerted last year about certain aspects of the bill, particularly Clause 9, some people call it Clause 19, which is very draconian and life-changing for migrants and migrant British citizens in the UK. Clause 9 of the new bill, if passed, will deprive British citizens of their citizenship, and it gives the Secretary of State power not to give them notice of the deprivation. The concern we have is that under the current law, particularly Section 45 of the British Nationality Act of 1981, the Secretary of State has a duty to serve any person who's been deprived of their British citizens. Can you imagine being deprived of your British citizenship and not being provided with notice of the deprivation? Can you imagine traveling out of the country, arriving at Heathrow Airport and being informed that although you left as a British citizen, you are no longer a British citizen and you will not be allowed to enter the UK? Can you imagine that being a British citizen, suddenly you receive a letter from the driver's license DVLA to inform you that your driver's license has been revoked, or that your employment has ceased because your British citizenship has been revoked? It may be that is the first time that you've been informed that your British citizenship has been revoked. This is why members of Parliament on both sides have raised particular issues with this aspect of the law. How can they deprive you of your citizenship without notification? Your citizenship can be revoked without notification, one, if it is impractical to inform you. Impracticability has not been defined. Two, where they do not know your whereabouts. Three, if there are national security concerns. Four, for diplomatic reasons. And five, for any other reason which is in the interest of the state. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where we have problems with this particular bill.
All right, so we're
Who
going
defines what in practice?
Because of time factor, we're going to post this on our Facebook page. The point that this guy is trying to make is that you can wake up one day and your citizenship is gone. You can wake up one day, you can actually go to your country or whatever, leave the country to come back only for them to tell you at the airport that you're no longer a citizen. So you see, there is an urgency for us to get this work done. You don't know when these people will wake up and do what they're going to do. And on top of that, you don't have government on the other side that will fight for you and say, hey, this is an injustice, or sue the country. They can't even, there's nobody there to defend you. So you can no longer sit in the comfort of your own citizenship, wherever you may find yourself, and think that it's okay for what is going on in our land to be going on. Because a lot of us have already gone home this Christmas. We made our COVID dollar. We went to show it off and we come right back because it's comfortable here. And we're saying that it does not make sense not to make your home, your first home, comfortable. Because you don't know when the other side will make it uncomfortable for you. Whenever there's insecurity or whatever, you fly right back. You have your own little house waiting for you on the other side. Time is of essence, yo. God is giving us little signs here and there, and we keep pretending like we don't know what he's saying because do you know who we are? We're telling you that time is limited. Let's do the right thing. Let's get together. Let's put hands to help this NINAS proposal come to fruition so that we'll have an alternative. If for some reason you don't care, but at least make it an alternative just in case it's hot on the other side. Because it can be hot. People are sleeping in Britain and they're passing this Bill 19 that our brother is trying to explain to our people. They don't even know what is going on. They're busy returning back from their vacation, returning back from showing off. Some of them went to a club, they had a good time. They don't know that Boris Johnson and co are there cooking up something that can deprive you of something.
Because the colonial masters want their land back.
Yeah. And the lawyer is also saying that it would even extend to your children that are born in Britain. So you don't get it twisted. No, you may say, okay, I'm old, I will just go back and die in the village. No, they will be shipping you and your children back.
Sister Muna, the elites living in our land all ran to give the birth to their children in Britain. Those people that when we are telling them, let's fix this land, they have in mind that their children are British citizens. That when it gets hot, they will escape. Good news. When you now escape, get there, they will revoke the citizenship. You are back to where you are coming. You know where you end? Mediterranean Sea. That's where you end. Because here is now hot. The Fulanis are here. The Fulani, the Caliphate, they've taken over Nigeria. The owners of the land, the colonial masters, have revoked whatever. You see, ask yourself, what made them, how did you become a citizen of that land? Is it not law they made? If you watch this video that we played just now to the end, you tell you that laws are made and laws could be revoked. Just one policy, everything is changed. So if you took a law to make you a British citizen, it can only also take a law to unmake you. Because you're not indigenous. You see why we're telling you that we are indigenous in our land. Come, let's work.
Our birthright.
Go ahead.
No, I say it's our birthright.
Exactly. So you and your children cannot run anywhere. Let's fix our land. Is our birthright, like Sister Mona said. That land, we inherited it. And we need to decide what happens on it. Not Britain, not Fulani, not the foreigners, nobody. The resources in those lands ought to belong to us. And we will say what to do with them. So self-determination is our right. It will not lead to any massacre. Please, those of you that are so afraid, the work, the dangerous part of the work has been done. And when they were doing it, you are not even aware. Obasanjo was busy killing the people that did this work, trying to get their money that they're using, closing down banks. Do you know how many years that was? That was before Buhari even came. We told you at the time Buhari was part of this work. But they moved when they understood that this work will not, that their forefathers' desire to conquer everyone, that this work will stop that desire. They moved away and introduced Sharia in the northern parts. Because with that, they cannot conquer the whole Nigeria. It will be easier for them to conquer. And we're telling our people, we can use this to work and get our freedom. Stop following Fulanis into their slaughterhouse that they call 2023 election. 2023 election is a slaughterhouse, and the Fulanis will kill you. Rather than give you that presidential slot, they will kill you. See, they are pushing Tinubu in one hand. They are pushing Omahi and all the other mad people in the other hand. How many presidents are you going to produce? They want to make your heads to jump and you kill yourselves and they will still Fulanize you. And we are telling you people that under NINA's proposition, self-defense is part of self-determination. Each block, you can make use of NINA's proposition to protect your people. Protection, you are entitled to it. You are entitled to protecting your citizens. Security is part of it. But you have to do it in a right way. There's a process to it. Not carrying machetes and bottles and running inside bush. That is not the security that we are talking about. You need to pay attention to the lessons from NINAS secretariat. You cannot take out Fulanese. You can't take Fulanese out of Nigeria by voting. Their system is already rigged. That system is already rigged. You cannot beat them in their own game. The system is corrupt, is full of deception and manipulation. It is rigged against you, the Southerner. You cannot outplay them. That's what we're telling you. That if you change the system and make this system a level playing ground, then tomorrow your voting will make sense. But as of today, under 1999 Constitution, stop fooling yourself around. Stop fooling around. The system has been rigged against you. You can't outplay them. There's something we want our people to do. Sister Muna, please go ahead.
My dear, I'm just here thinking in my head, how can this be so difficult to understand? Is it that our people don't want better, or they are so defeated, they don't understand? I mean, what is it that is going on that they don't want to take their power back? You have done something over and over, election over and over again, and nothing changes. And my people are still there, gallivanting about elections. Does that even make sense? And the worst part is that it's the people that call themselves professors. In America, where we are, is the elite that helps the poor.
Yeah.
Is the elite that speaks on behalf of the poor. Is the elite that will start charity causes. Is the elite that will compel the government to do the right thing. Is the elite. In our own place, is the elite that will make sure that we stay down so they can be up and up and up. What kind of educational system did they receive that is not working for our people, but working for the colonial masters who so-called gave them the education? This is insane. People are tying themselves up in the church. People are lying to themselves about everything. I mean, what kind of fakeness is this?
No, that's what happens. Everything. That's what happens when people allow lies and deception. The thing is that eventually, the lie and deception will grow to the point that people are unable to differentiate truth from lies. So when you are telling them truth, they don't know anymore, because they have they have lived in deception and manipulation that they can't think for themselves anymore. So they're not able to understand what you're saying. And those that will understand will rather use it and make money. The criminals that say they're doing freedom fighting for you, they'll use it and make money, because it's about fame and money making. And we've been telling you, go to your churches, talk to your pastors. This is a pastor. Listen to what he's saying, because this is the only thing we want our pastors to be preaching now. Any pastor that is not preaching what this man is preaching right now, you should close his church down. We don't want those lies anymore. Enough of the lies. Close your shop, because we have told you that those churches are business centers.
They are.
They are not preaching Christ, and Christ has left those churches.
Mm-hmm.
Those churches that you have in Nigeria, because it doesn't make sense that you are preaching the gospel, true gospel, and there's poverty, there's too much poverty, there's too much killing, Christians being killed, no change, life is going from bad to worse. It is not Christ that you're preaching. It is a business center. And we're saying, go to your pastors. You belong to churches. You have been giving them money for years. We told you the last show. You've been giving them money for years. So you have rights to talk to them. You employ them. You have been paying them, buying cars for them, building houses for them, schools and hospitals, setting up businesses for them. So it is your turn to go and talk to your pastor. Say, we want you to preach what this man is preaching now. Else, close your shop. Close your church, because it's not useful. It's useless to the people. This thing we're saying, we're not joking. With time, people will come to those churches and force them to close down. It's going to get there. Listen to what this pastor is saying.
He will deliver on God's purposes for this nation. Does he have a purpose for it? Of course. Look at the amount of resources he has put in Nigeria. Look at the resilience of the Nigerian. Look at how Nigerians are succeeding everywhere in the world, whether they left Nigeria 400 years ago or left Nigeria on a plane 50 years ago. They excel. We're at the top of the treasury in the United States. We're at the top of the World Bank. The list is very long in all sciences and in all the arts. So the problem is not Nigerians. It is Nigeria and its constitution. The document upon which we were formed was a few soldiers who put it together and their surrogates. And that's what's supposedly holding us together. The foundation is that document. And if that foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? We've got to go back to the foundation. The next administration must not access power until we have a veritable constitution that is truly the document of we the people. You hear what I'm saying to you? Anything else is a fraud. Nigeria is a scam. It's a scam, and it's perpetuated itself too long. It's time to do something about it. No politician has a right to talk to us on this matter unless they believe as we believe. On this matter, Nigeria can do better, she can get better, and she can win. We are suffering in Nigeria in our hundreds of millions, whereas we need not to. We could easily be one of the top 3 countries in the world with the kind of resources we have. And it's about time that we let the international community know that they must be partial. Don't come and tell us that you're protecting democracy.
They're protecting democracy. That's what they're protecting. Lying to us.
And protecting their resource, their land, they are stealing. Because they are stealing. That's why they are protecting this thing called Nigeria, this crime against humanity. The only reason any white man or any government will protect Nigeria as it is currently constituted is because they want to steal from the people. They want to violate the rights of the people. They want to kill my people and steal the resources from the land. And we're saying we want to take our lands back. We want to take the nations back. And it's going to involve everyone. Because you know what? Everyone was there when it got bad. The church, you were there when politicians started stealing from my people. The political class, you were there. The traditional leaders, you were there. Parents, you were there. And these things happened. So you're going to be part of the solution. It is not what Tony Nadi will do alone. It's not what Daughters of Truth will do alone. It's not what NINAS will do alone. We will work in this together and we will take back our lands and our resources. It's time for you to rise up from where you are and join what we're doing. We don't want unnecessary noise. We don't want stupid noise. We don't want lies and propaganda. People have tried the ways of lies and propaganda. It did not work for you. You are back in Nigerian courts trying to get freedom. Nigeria captured you in a basket, and you are in their courts asking to be free because you went the wrong way. Noise making is not the way.
Nope, not at all.
There is a strategy on the table, and we want each person to understand it. We've done a lot of videos. Tony Nadi has done several videos and teachings. You hating Tony Nadi will not do anything for you. If you want to hate Tony Nadi from morning till night, the proposition is on the table, and that's your only way out.
Yep.
That's how my people say it. Sorry for those that don't understand Igbo. I spoke to my people in a language they will understand. I told them, I will repeat it. You see, this proposition is your only way out. You continue to go in circles, deceive yourself, lie to yourself, manipulate yourselves. When you're done, 2 things. Either you die or you follow the proposition and you'll be free.
Yep. That's it.
Because you have been caged all around. And the 1999 Constitution is the seal on your cage.
Yep.
The seal on your prison. Is the seal on your enslavement. And so far that Constitution is still alive, you will never be alive. This work was done in South Africa because we're not the first to start it. We told you that this thing that NINAS is preaching is an internationally acceptable standard. It's been done elsewhere. They just did it in Chile. It was done in South Africa through what you call CODESA. Google it. These are the days of internet. You are not permitted to remain ignorant. You're not permitted to remain stupid. Please stop following lies and propaganda. Listen to what we are telling you. As mothers of the land, we are speaking our truth, because when lies will kill you, we will say we spoke to you. Some of you are dying. They show us pits where they threw your bodies. And we remember that for 2 years we have warned you as the Adas of the land. We came out here every Saturday, we warned you. We said this is what is coming. But you remain stubborn. And what did they say about stubborn fly? The stubborn fly that refuses to listen to counsel, we follow the corpse to grave. And we're here again, speaking to you. CODESA in South Africa, they're the ones that worked out the mechanism and technicalities of transition. Also, they helped to clarify the changeover of political leadership. The interim government managed the transition from the old order to the new order, because we told you that the 1999 Constitution is like the apartheid constitution in South Africa. Through NINAS, indigenous peoples will be able to achieve their self-determination. They will be able to get the type of future they want for themselves and their children. Through NINA's proposition, their vote will begin to count. Their wealth will begin to work for them. Their people in exile will return home. Through NINA's proposition, our people will be able to choose their leaders by themselves and hold their leaders accountable. No one will impose all these never-do-well leaders on them. We did this before. In Yoruba land, there's Awolowo's template. Awolowo used that template to create wealth for Yoruba people. In our own side, we have what you call the Aladinma document. We have shared it over and over again. We have our own forefathers. They created that Aladinma document. Go through it so that you understand the plan. But you know what? These people have been bullying us. The political class, the wicked, reckless political class, they have been bullying us into silence. Their bullies will not work anymore. These bullies, they have no message for us anymore. It's time for us to engage ourselves. We plead on the foreigners to please stop messing up our discussion. Each time these indigenous peoples want to solve their problem, these foreigners, because they want to steal our resources, will come in and mess it up. But you know what? That thing that you have been doing, that to the extent Nigeria has become a terrorist nation, the terrorism that you're breeding in Nigeria will be exported to Britain and America. So if you people do not allow us to solve this problem, the terrorists coming from the north, the Fulani Caliphate terrorists, will capture our resources and they will use it to destroy Britain, America, and all of you put together. So we plead on foreigners to stop disturbing, stop messing up our discussion. We, the indigenous peoples, want to have a discussion, want to have dialogue on how we're going to move forward, or how we want to live in peace in that land. Stop joining our heads together. Stop jamming our heads together through your political stooges. We don't want all this identity crisis. I'm an Igbo woman. I will negotiate from the point of my being an Igbo woman. Do not call me a tribalistic woman because I said I'm an Igbo woman. Meanwhile, you call yourself a British citizen. What gives you right to call yourself a British citizen and call me a tribalistic woman because I say I'm an Igbo woman?
How do you?
Stop calling us tribal men and women. We are nations. We are kingdoms. And we don't want to be reduced to tribes. Stop all this identity crisis. I want to speak Igbo language. I want to be able to teach my children in Igbo language. This is the language I inherited from my forefathers, and I want to pass it on. Every nationality in that space, that Nigerian space, is entitled to self-determination. They cannot be referred to as minority anymore. No. There is no nationality in Nigeria that is a minority group. So we're saying we want to decolonize the whole place. And part of the decolonization is stopping all these lies. The lies that have told us that some groups, some nations are majority and some nations are minority. That's a lie. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We are equal members of the union. And every ethnic group, every ethnic nationality, every indigenous ethnic nationality deserve and have the right to be autonomous and have the right of self-determination. The sovereignty, their sovereignty is their right. It cannot be taken away from them. This is what NINAS stands for. The white man carried some of our nationalities, put them in the bellies of other nationalities, and call them minority groups.
They're criminals.
These are criminals. And we are saying, NINAS is saying no more. We need to bring them out of those bellies so they can stand. Even if there are 600,000 people, they need to stand as a people. They need to stand as a nation. They need to stand, have their self-determination, and make the decision to say, okay, I want to form confederation with this other nation. That decision is their right. That's what NINAS is saying. Whether you are called Midwest, whether you are called Middle Belt, whether you are called Niger Delta, whatever they call you, we want you to answer your indigenous name. If you are Ijo, you ought to be Ijo Nation. That is who you are. If you are Yoruba, you ought to be Yoruba Nation. If you are Tim, if you are whatever, you know me, I'm Igbo. I know my own. You should know your own. And we say, when you have gone back, go back to your ancestral lands. Go and organize your people. And then when you have organized your people, there will be referendums. And you, as a people, will say what you want. You will say through the referendum, your voice will be heard. You will say, we want to be part of this nation. We don't want to be part of this nation. We want to form a new nation. This is what we want to do. You will say it. And we're saying, tell your politicians to stop these lies and deception. It is time for self-determination. It is not time for crooked elections. Stop this. And we're going to have transitional government. The transitional government will have the framework, have timeline. It's not transitional government forever. If it's 6 months, if it's 1 year, if it's 2 years, these things have done before. They have been done in other countries before. Mm-hmm. White people have done it. Why can't we do it? Mm-hmm. The transitional government will have a mandate, and they will move us from point A to point B. They will supervise referendums. UN will supervise it. All these people that like sending observers to elections. Stop it.
Yep.
The voting we want is to vote for our lives, vote for our freedom, vote to be alive. We need referendums, and we have a process for it. All we are saying is, please listen to NINAS. Join NINAS movement. No matter what your group is, we are not saying stop meeting with your boys that you're drinking and having fun with. We are saying, in addition to that, coming to understand the NINAS movement, NINAS proposition, understand what you're supposed to do in it so that we can get home fast. And then after that, politicking can begin. You can now know who to vote. Your vote will count after that. You will decide what to do with your resources. It will be no more monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Your children will be alive. That's the only time your life will be, your existence will be meaningful. Go ahead, please, Sister Mona.
My dear, you have said it all. It's a no-brainer. This is up to you guys. So when we say to stop the political recklessness and embrace NINAS propositions, we are not kidding. This is what it's all about. And we are only where we are right now because we don't understand the process. I truly believe that if the market woman in Aba Market understand what NINAS stands for, we are going home. Okay, Zikbazu cannot tell you that, are you the one that asked me to be the flyover? Do you even have a car to fly the over? My goodness gracious, in 2021. We have received so much insult with stooges parading as our representatives, only because we are lacking knowledge. And that's what we come here to do every Saturday, to enlighten our people. For those of you that don't want to read the NINAS proposals, at least you can hear what it is on this show. That's what this whole thing is all about. So when we said to help us to share, it's just for people to understand, so that when Zikbazu is speaking, he will know that his days are numbered. That he's not representing us. None of them is representing us. We don't know. So we will call him on radio station to come and tell us, do you even have a bicycle to climb over the main road? He told people that you can use miracle. People will use hot water that's supposed to be used for chicken and pour it on the main road, and that's how the main road will melt. Can you imagine? It's a no-brainer, my people. God has given us our freedom. We are the ones playing with it and running in circles. Come on board, understand NINA's proposal, and we'll be home. We'll be scot-free. And then we can begin the nation building. That's another thing that drives me crazy. It's like someone who is going to school, you're going to school, you haven't even begun work yet. Going to school is to get the certificate so you can start the work. So what we're doing now is to get the certificate so that the work will begin. You see, we have no time. Before we know it now, it will be April of 2022, and then it will leave us 1 year for the election. And we're saying people must close shop. Our churches must begin to preach about our true freedom, not tithing. If you don't tithe, you will die. Somebody was saying if you don't tithe, things will be tight for you. They will even have the audacity to tell you that if you give to the needy, you yourself will become will be in need. Can you imagine?
Evil people. These are demons.
This desperate that if you give to the needy, my dear. I've told everyone that I gave money last year. I said, don't ever use my money to give to the church. You know what? I'm gonna start making them swear that they will never use my money to give to any church. My money should go to the needy. I want to be in need. If that's what it takes to be in need, I'm ready to be in need. Every money, 10%, 20, whatever you need to give should go to the needy down the street. Not for the man that is riding Rolls Royce, not for the man that is flying his jet, not the one that has a whole compound of houses from one end to another, not the one that pays for school fees, 4 years school fees in an instant for their sons, and we cannot afford to even pay for common school in our neighborhood. You see, we cannot continue to support these criminals.
No.
They have identified themselves, so you can't put this on God. You cannot blame God on this one because they don't want us to have process. Yes. The same process that will work in that place where they're sending their children. That you have to work. You cannot sit at home for 3 days in a week and expect to have an economy that will thrive. You cannot sit at home and expect to receive payment, salary. You cannot sit at home and expect to receive a pension. That we have to have in process. And that's what every one of them is afraid of. The one Nigeria is working for them now, so they will clinch on it real tight to make sure that we don't break it, because that is the process, that is their business entity. But if we understand the process, we will break these things down, and monkeys and baboons will go get a job just like anybody else.
Yep.
If you want to jump from one tree to another, run from the lion, cheetah, leopard, whatever you want to run from to make your money, you run from it.
Yep.
But you don't get to go and collect money on our behalf and use it to enrich yourselves.
No more.
No. The work has been done, people. Just key in. Key into the proposition. Stop the recklessness so that we can go home. Do not let them deceive you with their degrees. Do not let them deceive you with their good command of English. Do not let them deceive you by how many radio stations and TV stations they can appear on, only to take you to the slaughterhouse. You see, the British citizens or the British government is already making a plan.
Yep.
Every little thing that happened, COVID, Africans cannot come. Nigerians cannot come. This is how they're testing ground with what they
are testing ground with it.
Yeah.
And it's coming. You know, once they make up their mind, this is what they want to do, they will eventually do it. It started. By the way, we can take calls right now, right? We can take calls for those that want to call and come in this discussion before we finish.
Right. So
anything they make up their mind to do, they don't stop. When they said it was time for slavery, they continued until they colonized our people. When our people said, "Oh, don't buy slaves," they came and enslaved us in our land. Now, the next thing they want to do is that they want to chase you out and force you back into the bad place that they left for you. That since you are telling them, no, don't, they want to force you back. They want to stop you from coming. So you that you are thinking of how to bring your mother, your aged mother, late father, to make them to become British citizens, when you know that elderly ones hate cold. Our mothers and fathers hate cold. But you will push them to come and become British citizens. And you're saying, my mother is a citizen, my father is a citizen. Why is your Igbo man not becoming citizen of your village? Please, our people, call. So that we can discuss. If you have questions, you can call to ask questions. We want you to understand this proposition. There is no other way to get to that freedom. Other ways, they will lie to you. They are just using you to collect money and then become famous. And at the end, I was listening to, some people are in clubhouses. And we appreciate people that are setting up clubhouses for people to discuss self-determination. We cannot call your names, but we appreciate you because we can see what you're doing. So someone was saying that they are tired of having people coming to make noise and lead them, and they push them into protest and everything. They will run out. And when they run out, they will give them asylum in some places and give them huge amounts of money. Because self-determination, like freedom fighting has become work for some criminals. When they make enough noise, the politicians will come and meet them and give them 600 million, 500, huge amount of money. The money that should be used to build hospitals, they're used to develop your land. The governors, because they don't want them to make noise in their state, we take that whole money and give to their leader. They're not giving to the people making noise and protesting. They will identify the leader, give it to him or her, and that one will fly out of the country, go and seek asylum, and begin a big life. My people, please, stop enriching these criminals. Listen to NINA's proposition, the movement. Whether you like Tony Nnadi's face or you don't like his skin complexion, you are killing yourself. That is, you are tying yourself on the ground. And Fulanis will come in and deal with you.
All right. So today's show is produced by us as usual, and it's set up by my wonderful hubby. He does a wonderful work in the background. I don't even know how to pay him for all his job. And of course,
you know how to. Don't say that.
Oh, okay. I do know. And this show is supported by family members, subscribers, and those who want more for our people. And we want to always give a special thanks to LNC/NINAS, You can always visit their website, www.ninasvoice.org. That's a good place to start. Our brother's video is there for you to see. And if you feel like his English is too complicated for you, you can tune it down to our page. That's why we try to speak in a language that a lot of us will understand for most of us. And then, we're on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. You can see they are doing wonderful things to make sure that this message does not go across. And that's where you come in. We are asking you to do your own fair share by sharing, so that our people in a job will understand that we want them to have self-determination. People in wherever they might find themselves in TV, everybody is counted for, everybody is taken care of. And that's what a good governance is all about, which we don't have in our current situation. And of course, you can visit our website at www.daughtersoftrue.org. We have a wealth of information on that website. You can see our vision and our mission, and please help us to support this process in any way that you can. We've always emphasized on people using their time, treasure, and their talent. Whatever role you can play, you have a role to play. So don't ever let your situation make you think like, oh, there's nothing I can do. God sent you here on a purpose. So yeah, this is a purpose for your life. Not the purpose by Daddy Gio and all these fake criminal gang members. We're talking about there is something you can do. And you can see the change. Once you start doing using your God-given talent to help humanity, I promise you the rewards are endless. The rewards are endless, not the one that Dr. Gio will promise you on Sunday and then he wants you to tithe again on Wednesday for you to get the blessings. We're talking about truly saying that I want to be a change agent. I want to be ambassador of change. I want to be part of this process. We have our volunteer forms. We have our members form. Sign up, contact us. We can give you more information on how you can take this message to your village members, to your village meetings. We all have village meetings amongst ourselves that we go to once a month or so. Take this good news. Stop lying to yourself that you're in diaspora, that everything is well. Boris Johnson and his cohorts are doing wonders. You don't know when this thing will come up in your face, and you don't want to be left in the rain without coat. So please do your own part. So the website again is www.daughtersoftrue.org. And we want to commend our people. We want to start promoting our Made in Aba, Onitsha, Lagos. We want to start promoting Made in African brand. So if you know of anything that you want us to show at the end of the show, to tell our people to contact you, we definitely would love to do that. We want you guys to shine. We want you guys to succeed. We want you guys to be able to do what other people are doing, because we are no different. We did not come to this earth to suffer, only for us to suffer from the day we are giving birth to the day that we die. I don't think that's God's plan for us. So we can do better, my people. So thank you guys so much for joining us. We will see you guys next week. As usual, I know last week I actually announced the free giveaway for the question of the week. We weren't able to start yet because the phone card has not been purchased. So hopefully by next week we'll purchase the phone card. We don't want to send out the message send out the listing without everything being in place. So that's why we don't have the question of the week. But as soon as we're able to purchase those SIMS card, we will start. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Again, do not forget to share, and have a blessed and a wonderful weekend. And by the way, please help us to follow Dr. Brother Tony today. I don't know, I wasn't able to see where they were profiling that meeting, but as soon as we find it, we will definitely drop it on our Facebook page, so that you can see what our brothers and sisters in the Yoruba nation are doing. They are not playing. They don't want election in their land. They don't care if your name is Tinubu or Basanjo or Basanjo or Busanjo, Usubanjo, Njo. They don't care. They want more for their people, and they are serious about it. They are not faking it. And we are looking for the same serious-minded people and the change agent in our own side of the woods. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Actually, it's going to be Happy New Year all this month, right? We have a whole month to extend that greetings to our people. My little daughter was asking me, Mommy, can you say Happy New Year after a day? A day after Happy New Year. And after New Year's Day, I'm like, of course, you can say it till the rest of the year for all you that you care. So welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us. Please share, 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 share. We are not going to be promoting our site. Please help us to do the sharing. Even if we have 10 people watching, if they share it out, we can get 10 more people to join us. So help us to share, because the information that we are taking is to help us get to our destination faster. Because if we understand the process, then we can move together and get where we're going even much more than we anticipated. So help us to share. Please follow us, subscribe. When you do all these things, when you come on live, they may not notify you. You know, we also on YouTube. That's another thing, because we know Facebook is playing with our numbers. So join us on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. Then we send you a reminder. It will be one of the videos that you will see when you log in. We also on Twitter. So we have all these avenues just to make it easier for our subscribers or our viewers. So thank you so much. Today is January the 8th of 2022. My name is Mona Chimsaga, and let me have my sister introduce herself. Sister, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sister Mona. Thank you, our viewers. We appreciate that you come to us every day. We are open, and you come to get us. Somebody is calling. I don't know. Someone, please hold on. Move on. Let me know why this call is coming in at this time.
Okay, you're gonna mute. Okay. All right. So while we are waiting, we can continue to share. That will give Sister P time to finish up. So help us to continue to share with others. You know, follow up. You can share it as a YouTube version. Actually, I prefer the YouTube version anyway. You can share it up as a Facebook. So go ahead and help us to share. Francis Fana, welcome. We appreciate you. So help us to share. We want to get this done quicker, because the good news is that as we're speaking, the so-called loud noise, the non-entities pretending to be working for our people, a lot of them have fallen to the wayside. So we have the opportunity now to send out the information, the true information that our people need for their self-determination. So help us to share. We have a website that you can go to and understand the process, the LNC/NINAS process. Is ninasvoice.org. We always promote that website. It's the website for you to go and see. And then you can also follow us on Daughters of Truth. It has all the videos explaining the processes, starting from UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because some people heard that name, Indigenous Peoples, and they went running with it to make money. But there is a true process that cannot be achieved. Our brother has gone through that process, 21 years in making, by the way, you know, and we are getting somewhere. The only thing holding this thing down, not that you guys are going to stop it, just slowing the process, is that our people, the people that we're doing these things for, are not understanding the process, either because they're too hungry or because they're believing they can be working 12-hour shifts, clocking in and clocking out, and somebody will bring them their freedom to the doorsteps. And they will praise that process. They will dance to it. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back here.
Okay, go ahead.
It was
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, my sister. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, our people that have subscribed. We're seeing new people subscribing on YouTube. Please keep subscribing. Once you hit it, we'll say it. We'll say it. So this one, I'm not hiding any. We'll see that you have subscribed, and we check from time to time. We appreciate you. Share, 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 like my sister kept saying, because we need this information to get out to our people. Why they are still holding us down? Because our people do not know. They don't have the truth with them. So we need to get this truth to our people. So my name is Dr. Simon Ukube. I live in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll give you something to think about as we proceed. Some people call it food for thought. Some people call it opening statement. Whatever it is, we want you to be chewing on it as we proceed. You see, lies, like a pack of cards, will always collapse. It is a question of time. Any system or relationship built or sustained by lies will one day collapse, because you know what? Those sustaining it will run short of ideas, and those trapped in their lies will be set free. That's the common destiny of anything built on lies, be it a nation built on fraud and lies like Nigeria, be it a criminal freedom fighting group, a fake religious or church. So far, the foundation is lie and deception. It will eventually come to a sudden end. Therefore, we beg, we plead with you to seek to build on truth. Because truth can never be killed or buried, no matter how hard evil people try. As we move closer to our self-determination, please look out for those who value and respect and seek truth. Form partnership with them. Those who love lies, they will fall off by the roadside. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. I'm sharing as you can see, so help us to share. We know there's some blocking going on there. That's fine. We need to get this information to our people. And if the Aba women can do this dissemination of information in 1929, we definitely can do better. So help us to share, because as we know it, Nigeria is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. We've been brainwashed with religious rhetoric. So we know that song, right? Jesus is the same today and forevermore. So you can see Nigeria met that criteria at every level. They have never changed. Is the same help. Is the same money that you will bring for your retirement and they will swallow it. Is the same system that allows family members to be kidnapped, even during Christmas holidays. We got a call yesterday that people were being kidnapped after funeral. So that's how bad it is. That Nigeria will never change. Nothing will change the defunct federation called Nigeria, no matter how you try to tweak it. So if we are sincere to ourselves, right? If that's what you guys want, because the reason why we like the fact that Jesus is the same today and forevermore, because we have the sense that he's good. So we want that goodness to remain. But if you want the same Nigeria to be the same yesterday, today, and forevermore, then you will continue to support that defunct federation. So we have lived in that country or defunct federation for better use of word. I have never seen anything tangible in our lifetime. We have watched as our people run from Nigeria and choose death over living in that country. The same Nigeria that former president Goodluck told us in 2015, nobody's ambition is worth the blood of any Nigerian. Or any Nigerian. Right? Remember that. However, blood has been flowing, and Goodluck and his cohorts, they haven't done anything about it. Instead, he chose to be a peace ambassador for some random African nation. And now he has the audacity to be planning to run for 2023 election. While the same blood, he said, is not what being on the street is flowing. So as we have it right now, no reasonable person will ask, every reasonable person can ask, what is it that Jonathan will do for us now that he couldn't do before, right? He's been there before. He went for his 1 year of leadership and then half that he covered when the former president died, right? So perhaps maybe he will remind us, what is that favorite saying? God there when our blood is flowing on the streets. We can see that Nigeria will remain the same yesterday and forevermore. As we speak, youth unemployment rate is about 53%. It went up 33% in 3 months, and is projected to get to 80% in a few years. So you can see there's a drastic need for an action. Unless if you want to be kidnapped, right? Because that would be the next thing. These young boys are not going to sit down when you bring your children from Obodo Yibo with 20 Akmobi women, Akmobi men, And you expect them to watch you guys eat and galabant and go back. Not looking good for any of us. Nigeria is a failed state that took 20 years to connect Lagos and to Ibadan from the first time it was proposed. So we know that we cannot take them seriously after we have lived there, over 50 years now, that the so-called independence was given. They just recently allowed the region where we have the greatest citizens to have their so-called fake international airport, because I don't even think it's functional. So we can see the system will never work for us. So far, Nigeria is managed under the military-imposed fraudulent unitary 1999 constitution, the current system that some of us call federalism. And by this current political action of APC and PDP and whoever they have in place, it will always remain backward and unprogressive. For instance, under the Lucifer's Book of Exploitation, the 2017 Wodo Soludo Ohanaeze Southeast Development Commission, they call SEDC, which they tag economic roadmap for Ndibo. We need the Fulani Caliphate approval and validation, otherwise it will remain a dream in the hearts of those who proposed it. In other words, we cannot move an inch without approval from our internal colonizers. So today we are going to look or evaluate our escape route from Caliphate, Nigeria. If we recall, Entebbe is a town in southern Uganda where Israeli commandos rescued hostages held aboard a plane by Palestine hijackers in 1976. So if you want to get away from that defunct federation that has remained the same yesterday and forevermore, things has to change. Thinking has to change. Attitude has to change. We have to come together to fight a common enemy that we know will never let us go. Will never allow us to control our destiny. They've already warned us. They told us in the 1960s, right? Or 56, I don't remember the date. I'm not good with dates. That they will never allow us to control our destiny. That they will use this other side as a willing tool and then make sure the other side does not go anywhere. It will always be under their watch. As our sister, the ambassador of Arikana, said in her video, which I'm going to play now, she gave us some of the root causes of the problems that we have in Africa. Oh, by the way, I posted this video in its entirety on our Facebook page if you want to go and watch it, so that we can begin to understand what we need to get out of these things, this fake independence, fake nation, fake federation, fake everything fake they have handed us, and we have no way. We keep pretending as if we don't know what is going on. At least in this video, she was able to point out some of the things that are the common roots that have us running in a circle like we have today. Sister, go ahead. Let me find this video, pull up this video real quick.
Thank you, my sister. See, our people, we cannot afford not to know the truth, because truth is what will help us to understand why we are in the situation that we have found ourselves. So we don't want people following us being ignorant. No, we want you to be informed. That's why we're coming every Saturday, to share the little we have. And then it's not going to end. We want you to proceed to go and dig out more information, because these things are available. Like those that are living in London, we want you to go to their library, go to their section. There's a section there where you will find some things on Nigeria. Go there, read them up. Read them up, find out why the things, like as somebody said, I don't live in London, but in the 4th floor, in the section where you call the rare books and music section. It's on Euston Road, King's Cross. Go there, get information so that you will verify what we're telling you. It's not a joke, it's real. And so far, Nigeria is built on this fraudulent foundation. you will never move forward. Nothing will progress. You will never progress because that's how they built it to function. Our sister, because what happened in Nigeria is happening in entire Africa.
Everywhere.
Yes, we are just using Nigeria because we are from Nigeria. We live in that enclave called Nigeria. So we're able to go into details to find out why is this country like this? Why are things this way? Because we know that Nigerians, once they leave Nigeria, they begin to prosper. Once they leave Nigeria,
you can say that again.
they'll begin to do well. So any right-thinking person will begin to ask questions. So what is going on? Why is it that when they're inside Nigeria, they don't do well? But when they're outside, they suddenly begin to do well. There must be a problem. There must be something. And that is what is also happening in entire Africa. So our sister is on that war, the war of seeking truth and running with truth. And we are with her. So we are calling on all the people that want to be involved in it. Seek the truth that we might uncover the evil, the chain, the things holding us, break them away, break away from them, and move forward. Go ahead, please, Sister Mona.
Systems, all are issues above the root. And we are spending all our energies talking, attempting to strategize on addressing the issues above the root. I equate those to the leaves and the flowers and the branches that come and go from one season to the other. Sometimes they might stay around a little bit longer, but sooner or later, those beautiful fruits will soon disappear. Those beautiful flowers will soon disappear and we start the cycle all over again. We have tried changing leaders in Africa, but tell me one African country that we changed leaders and true sustainable change came. We have some change, but not sustainable change that can take us to the promised land. It's because the root causes have not been addressed. The root causes are not even being talked about. Root cause number one. If we can address these root causes, it will become easier for us to address the issues above the root. In my humble opinion, root cause number one is the mind. When the white people, the colonizers came to Africa, they did not call themselves white, and we were not black. They found amazing tribes with well-established religious and educational systems, and they wondered how on earth they were going to conquer such a people. So they decided to destroy us where it mattered the most, which is the mind. They introduced religion and informed us of a place called hell. And they said in hell there is a big, ugly black devil, an evildoer who we must all shy away from. And they said, oh, by the way, while we may have gone to school and taught you about the different colors, which included a white sheet of paper and how black looks like, you too are black like the devil. And also there's a place called heaven. There are beings called angels in heaven. They are the do-gooders that we must work our entire life to be like them. Desirable. And oh, by the way, they also happen to be white. Oh, like us. We may not look like this white piece of paper, but never mind. We are white, like the angels. Jesus Christ, that we all know from the good book, was a brown man. He had hair like wool, crimson skin. We know that to be true because when in the Bible, when Mary and Joseph were being told to run away from King Herod, they were sent to Egypt. Why Egypt? Because in Egypt he would blend like others who look like him. So we went to church, got on our knees, began to run away from what we were told looked like us, the devil, who was black, and worship the angels who are white, like them. Jesus Christ, over the years, the photographs of Jesus Christ have changed to where now Jesus Christ looks exactly like them. This was a blatant lie. There is no such thing as a white person who has died and gone to heaven and seen white angels, who has died and gone to heaven and seen a black devil. Such a blatant lie that began the process of black self. Blatant lie that began the process of black mistrust of each other. Blatant lie that began the process of us black people not believing in our abilities and looking to the West for better things. Line number one, to this day.
All right, so this video is on our Facebook. We're gonna play it in its entirety. Double voice. Somebody is testing me there's a double voice. Yeah, it's coming from the video itself, not from me. All right, so I am gonna pull
So we'll replace it with the other one. The other one had a better this thing. So my people, you can hear what she's saying, because we said we need to get to the root of our problem. How did this start? We were people that were progressing before. We had our economic system. We had our government system. We had our banking system. We had everything going for us in Africa. And anybody telling you that we did not is lying. We had everything going for us. All we needed to do was to build on what we had, just like any other continent. Boom, something happened. Some people call themselves whatever they call themselves because they came first as to trade in slaves. So the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade began. As if that was not enough, by the time people start shouting that this is not okay, this is not okay, they switched it to colonialism. So if you don't want to be stolen, they will not come and enslave you in your land. And that is going on till today. So we need our people to know the truth, find the truth, and run with the truth. And this woman is in front, Ambassador Arikana. She has a lot of videos. You watch our own, you watch other videos that are out there trying to teach you. We want our people to stop watching naked women on YouTube and Facebook. Stop.
Watching private parts.
Stop. We want you to be educated so that your mind can be free. Because we cannot run with people that are enslaved. The thing about being enslaved is that when you are enslaved in your mind, no matter how we try to pull you, it will be like pulling a dead wood. But if your mind is liberated, we can run with you. If you say jump, you say how high. That's why we want your mind to be liberated. That's why we come here every Saturday, working hard, that your mind might be liberated. And that's why we have issue with churches that will not teach our people how their minds can be liberated. Rather, they want them to be enslaved in this fake religion that my sister was talking about. It is a fake religion if your savior is a particular person from a region and somebody twists it around and give you a picture that looks like himself so that he can enslave you and colonize you. It is a problem. We have a problem with that. Because the thing is that your mind will be tricked. And anytime you see that person, you think of, he's my savior.
Sure.
Messiah. And anything he does, you will approve it. You will accept it. You will not fight to change it. That is what our sister was talking about. She's not saying that we don't believe in Jesus Christ. The Jesus Christ we believe in is Jesus Christ of Nazareth. He wasn't a Caucasian. Some people will say, what matters? What's the skin?
It matters. Because when somebody tells you that your savior is this skin color, and devil Lucifer, it is looking like you. Have you seen your brain is already messed up? Your brain becomes messed up. Your psyche becomes messed up. Your thinking is messed up. And that is what we're starting from your thinking. They use religion to enslave us. And we want to begin our freedom from that point. You need to understand what you're worshiping. You need to understand who you're worshiping, because who you worship affects your thinking faculty. It affects how you reason. How do you want to be free from your God if your mentality is to worship your God? Now, your God has been presented to you in a particular skin color. And that skin color is your slave master. That skin color is your colonial master. How will you understand when I tell you that your colonial master is the beginning of your trouble, of your sorrow, of the evil done to you? You see, you will not agree with me. You will think I'm trying to pull you away from your God. And meanwhile, that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to pull you away from fakeness, from lies, from deception, from manipulation, so that you can run to your destiny. You see, when you understand this, you will work with me as a partner, and then we will get to where we're going faster. So let's continue to listen to our sister. She has told us about the aspect of religion that been twisted. She's still going to tell us about the economic aspects, because you understand all the lies. It's complete. It's complete. They did it complete. It's not one section. All the sections. And they have agents in our land working with them in those different sections. So please listen. Thank you, Sister Mona.
Proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the tree. Let me go back. To be colonized. So the country dare not want to be affiliated with. History tells us that they went into those two countries, took everything that they thought they had brought, proceeded to pour concrete into the sewage pipes, completely devastating the two economies. This was also done as a way of letting the other countries know that should you refuse to sign this document, this is the fate that awaits you. So the rest of the countries signed the pact for the continuation of colonization remains in place. What is special about this? The pact for the continuation of colonization said, 1, you shall deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Central Bank under the control of the French Minister of Finance. The French government will take all your monies, collectively invest your monies in the French stock market under the French name. And you don't have to know when the returns are. Should you wish to access some of your money, keep in mind that countries are now left with only 15% of their reserves. You have to submit your country's financial report. And if approved, you get to access up to 20% of your deposits from the previous year as a loan at commercial interest rates. I'm going to repeat that. Should you want to access some of your own money,
wow,
you have to submit your own country's financial report. And if approved, you get it as a loan at commercial interest rate. So you go from having a humongous credit with France to now owing France for borrowing your own money, a loan that you'll never be able to finish paying. They also said, all your minerals discovered and yet to be discovered, French companies have the first right of refusal. You go to those countries today, all major contracts French companies have the first right of refusal. The water supply, the power supply, the mining fixtures, the oil rigs, roads construction, airports. French companies have the first right of refusal. If anything is left, the people in your country may get it. They also said, your military can only be trained by France. You can only purchase military equipment from France. France shall have military presence in your country and can invade your country without notice if France feels that her interests in your country are being violated. In the past many years, we've had 67 coups in Africa out of 26 countries. Of the 26 countries, the coups, 16 coups, were 16 countries were former French colonies. To date, 22 African leaders were assassinated during a coup, documented all of them. France was behind it. Simply because France felt they were quote unquote threatening French interests. Countries are still depositing their funds to France, do's and don'ts as stipulated by the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization. You have given up your financial resources. You've given up control of your natural resources. You've given up your military. What power do you have? But today, because of the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization, France alone, that little bitty country, is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Over 500.
Man, okay, I can't even listen to this anymore. I'm about to throw up. Sister, please go ahead. We'll post this video in our Facebook.
My sister, it didn't just to throw up. It's horrible to imagine that all this happened. Yet our politicians, our so-called politicians, people that are supposed to represent us in that geopolitical zone, did not find anything evil in this. Because if they found anything evil in it, they should have exposed it. All the citizens. I know there's a time we had a reorientation ministry, reorientation, a national reorientation agency or something like that. If they knew this, these are the type of things they would have exposed to the citizens, so that the citizens will begin to think and reason in a way that will make us to be free. But no, they joined them. So when they sell our oil, they will give them 2%, and they will take 99% of the 2% that was given to them for their families. And then the remaining they will keep for our infrastructure. What will you be build? What will you build with such meager amounts? Look at Nigeria, about 215 million people. What are you going to do? How will you provide jobs? How will you build hospitals, schools with such little amount? And as we increase in population, the war will even be more. But you know what they want to do? They want to cut down our population. Because when they cut down our population, then we are few. So if they give us 1% of our resources, we will manage it. And we will never fight again. Which is why we're telling our people, you need to be informed. Information is key in this battle. Please, for people that are being encouraged to enter inside forest with one type of hunter's gun, machete, bullets, broken bottles. This war, we're not going to win it with machetes, broken bottle, and fake guns. The greatest gun you need is your intellect. The greatest ammunition you need in this battle is your brain. Please share this message. Anything you want to put it in MP form, you want to put it in a CD, anyhow you can put it. Share this information. Go to the website, ninasvoice.org. Go to Daughters of Truth. Everywhere you need information, they are available. This is not a time that we don't have information anymore. The next video that we're going to show you is our sister. You know why we hit more on religion? Is because we are religious people. We love God naturally. African man, Nigerians, Igbo, Yoruba, we love God. We want to worship him. We want to serve him. We want to do everything that we know that he wants us to do. We are close to our God. And that was why what they discovered, when they saw that we are close to God, they packaged fake religion and brought to us. And they have their agents in our land propagating that fake religion. And some of us that have been opportune to read the Bible, study the Bible, we discovered that the religion, the Christianity being practiced in Nigeria, being taught in Nigeria is different from the one taught in America, for instance. I go to church here. The church I go to is even white people church. I listen to them. That's how I knew. Even my mother visited here. As she went to church, she said,
Mama was like, "Whoa."
This is church now. They brought madness to us. And so we should. This is an old woman that does not even have all the degrees I have. But she listened and saw how the people behave and everything. She saw liberation. She saw where people are allowed to worship God freely without threats, fear. And she loved it. So that is why we are hitting on religion. Because it is one of the tools, apart from politics and other tools they use. Religion is one of the tools they use to enslave Africans. Whether Christianity, whether Islam, whether anything. Because any religion that does not make you a better person, any religion that does not make you to love your neighbor, your brothers and your sisters, members of your family, is from the pit of hellfire. No matter who is preaching it. If you love God and there's a religion that you practice that teaches you to love God, that same religion will teach you to love your neighbor, to love your family members. Because if you do not love your family members, if you do not love your wife, your husband, your children, who are you going to love? Even Jesus Christ taught it. He says, start from your Jerusalem. Because the aim is divide and conquer, they've used religion to divide and conquer us. They've used even Christianity to divide and conquer us. And we're saying, no more. No more. We want to stand up and take back what belongs to us. Starting from the beginning, from the roots. We are not going to cut off the branches. Like Sister Muna was talking initially. You bringing the driver, changing the driver of Nigeria, whether it's good luck, whether it's whoever, it's not going to change anything. Because the evil started from the roots. So we want to get to the root, to uproot it from the root. And we are looking for partners. And you listening to us, you're already a partner for listening. We want you to listen to this video to the end, those that will listen later, and get to our website and see more videos, because we are ready to run with this. This year, we are running, and we want to run with truth seekers. We don't have time for criminals and liars, because they will fall by the wayside. But truth seekers, we go with us, and we are running. Thank you, Sister Mona. Please go ahead.
This message is for my people as we prepare for Sunday. Some of you, by the time that you watch this, it's going to already be Sunday. So I say this to you. If you're going to church this morning, I need you to ask yourself, is your church and your pastor providing you with water that you will drink of and never thirst again? Or is your church providing you with a water that dries your mouth and your soul to the point that you constantly find yourself back there for refreshment every week? Is your church putting you in a position where you need to buy salvation that Christ died for and said that you could get for free? I look at Nigeria, and I look at the positions of our pastors and our religious leaders, including our traditional leaders and our Islamic leaders, and I understand that part of our problem is them. If you're watching this, you're a man of God in any form, you are part of the problem in Nigeria if you are not pushing for the freedom, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically of the Nigerian people. The African Americans in America did not gain their freedom without input from their religious practitioners. Our pastors out here preach for freedom for blacks. They preach for black rights. They walk for black rights. Martin Luther King was a reverend. Our religious leaders in Nigeria often sit mute and watch while the people are ravaged by corruption and violence from its government. Sometimes they are even complicit. Sometimes they are the ones who effect these acts of violence against their own. They are the ones who sometimes take advantage of their own. Think of Farrakhan. He is a leader in the Brother of Islam fighting for black integrity, black intelligence, and the uplifting of black people, and not for the banning of mannequins, not for the banning of women driving. See, the priorities are completely misplaced by our religious leaders in Nigeria. So I am asking you, are you going to a religious leader who wants to see you free, or are you going to a religious leader who wants to cage you? It seems to me that a lot of the Nigerian religious leaders are benefiting from the situation, the government tyranny, the government corruption, and the way our country is. Because, when there are more problems, then there can be a potential solution. All of you in that position were called to set our people free, and most of you are not doing your job. When Moses was sent to free the Israelites, he did not ask anybody to pay for appointments. He did not stand on a stage. He did not make it some theatrical thing where he became adored, because apparently all glory was supposed to go to God. But it's not looking like it these days. You drive your Jeeps, you fly your jets, and your people live in abject poverty. You do not lift them up. Instead, you concern yourself with women demanding their own individual rights, not simply understanding that when women are respected and they are equal to men in society, intellectually and financially, the country and the continent can grow. But no, you preach to us and tell us to live our lives like we are stuck in Jerusalem 300 years BC. You expect us to act like the world is not the way it is and just ignore what is going on around us and live by these teachings so that you can maintain control. So you benefit from the society the way that it is, and instead of you to try and help the people around you, you use it to your benefit. So if you are going to church and you are coming back afraid, then you are not going to church. If you are going to the mosque and you are coming back afraid, then you are not going to the mosque. If you are going to your traditional leaders and you are coming back afraid, then you are not going for any traditional religion, because even the ancestors do not want us to fear. Our ancestors want us to thrive in this land and in this world. So I ask of our religious leaders, what exactly are you doing when you take advantage of people's hopes and fears and prey on them and demand financial compensation to release them from whatever physical things are binding them, when the one thing that is binding us all is the poverty and the squalor in our country and on our continent that you contribute to? When you build a school for your congregation and they cannot attend it, ask me how you are uplifting any generation. I want to know. See, I look at a lot of things that happen, and sometimes I say to myself, oh, child, Jesus would never. And he really would never. So, if you find yourself this morning getting up, going to a church where they tell you that you are going to have to engage in some kind of ritual in the middle of the night, flooding your enemies, demanding that people somersault and die because the blood of Christ was simply not enough, and now you are worried that people are out to get you, I need for you to understand that the pastor that you are going to may just well be a Pharisee. My people, open your eyes. It does not take a rocket scientist to see that the people who are taking advantage of us are us. Our religion has been twisted into every single shape or form, and it has not worked for us, it is not working for us, and it will not work for us. We see our people here in the United States. African Americans are Africans who were transported here. The only way they got out of it was when the religious leaders got on board also. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King fought for civil rights. He fought for the rights of Black people. Farrakhan fights for the rights of Black people. Malcolm X comes and fights for the rights of Black people. Regardless of what their religious views were, they understood that freedom was a right that was guaranteed to all men by God who created us. In fact, they said that all men were created equal. All human beings were created equal. So I need for you to ask yourself, if your religious leader is presenting to you that he is above you and you are supposed to kneel at his feet, if your religious leader is making you seem like you need to be dependent on him, if your religious leader is making it seem like you need to buy your freedom, like you need to buy your happiness, like you need to buy salvation that, according to your religion, was paid for by the blood of Jesus, what the hell are you doing and who the hell are you rocking with? This needs to stop, and it needs to stop today. So if you know somebody who is practicing some religion in the name of God or anybody, go ahead, send this to them. I need for them to answer. I need for them to tell me what they are doing for Nigeria. It's not one march. It's not one prayer march. Your message needs to be a message of integrity. Your message needs to be a message of uplifting the nation. Your message needs to be a message of prosperity for all for free. If Moses did not charge people for prosperity, if Moses did not charge the Israelites to come out of Egypt, then please, pray tell me, who the hell are you? Who the hell do you think you are, taking advantage of all these people, and you think that the God that you pretend to serve will not punish you? Just because you get away with it on the physical realm or in the physical realm does not mean that you will get away with it in the spiritual realm. Our eyes are beginning to open and we're beginning to see you for what you are.
Yep. We are seeing them for what they are. The problem then is, are you part of those seeing them for what they are? Are you tired of the brainwashing? Are you tired of the lies? Are you tired of the propagandas? Are you tired of the, my goodness, the more you look, the less you see? We have lived in Nigeria all our lives and nothing good has ever come out of that place. All we hear is horror stories. The pastors are part of the, we keep calling them criminal business partners. They know exactly what is going on. They are in cahoots with what is going on. They are making money with the way Nigeria is. They love the fact that Nigeria is the same today, yesterday, and forevermore. Because as long as Nigeria remains the way they are, they continue to rake in monies and they continue to have good time, fuel their jets, wear their brand new suit on Sunday morning. And some of them even have the audacity to start singing for you on their stage, you know, as if they know what they're singing. And my people sit there as if they are frozen in time, watching this nonsense, watching this level of stupidity. Some of them are even bathing their churchgoers on New Year's Eve. And our people will watch. Thank God for New Year, or New Year, especially this New Year, new beginning, new thinking. We have to change everything they have told us all our lives. Like, we need to start off on a clean state. You need to do your investigative report. For every doubt that you have in your mind, go and check it out. Like my sister will say, they will even tell you, when your brother slaps you, turn the other cheek. Our people will say, when your enemy slaps you, you turn the other cheek. Really? Is that even logical? Your enemy that came to kill you, he actually traveled from his own land to come to in front of your father's house to slap you, and then you turn the other cheek? Just like the Israelites, I will blow you out. My explosive will send you back where you came from. Nobody should allow anyone to slap you and turn the other cheek.
Not your enemy.
Definitely not your enemy. We have to do better. We need to understand the damage that has been done to our brain for years. A lot of us have remained complacent for years, pretending as if we don't know what is going on. We go in our rooms and we complain and we, get angry and all that sort of things when we know what to do. Where are the good men and women? How long are we going to complain when people like Abaribe is busy walking around in our town, living our bad dirty as it is? and coming on TVs and shows to talk to us. He's been in service now for God knows half of my lifetime. Nothing to show for it. But yet he gets airtime to come and talk to us. About what? Really, about what when we think about it? We have to do better, my people. We need to change these things. We all need to become a change agent. We have to change that notion that Nigeria is the same yesterday and forevermore. And the power lies within all of us to do the best that we can. Understand, some people are saying, why are you talking on social media? Who are you taking to go and demonstrate when they don't understand what is going on with them? Who are you going to take with you?
Mm-hmm.
You have to explain to them what is going on, because right now, a lot of them still, there's a musician called Frank Edward that is known all over the world. His recent music is showing Jesus as white. They don't understand. Maybe you understand. They don't.
Mm-mm.
Even in all the prayer, all his song is about Jesus. He still don't know who Jesus is.
Oh.
Can't you see that we have to do the work? We have to educate them so that they can be able to identify the enemies when we go out there to do the work.
Yep.
They don't know who the enemy is. They think it's you, the brothers, that the pastor will tell them that you're the one holding them hostage so that you can be the only one with a big house.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you get it? We have to cleanse their mind. This brainwashing, we have to clean it out and start all over.
Yep.
It takes time because an addict is not something you can heal overnight.
No.
I knew how long it took me when Redeem was taking me for a ride. I was hosting them. My credit card was on file. Anything they need, charge it up.
Automatic.
My poor husband didn't even know. They are so smart, my dear. Online, you put your credit card, swipe, swipe, swipe. Then if you told me, I would say, no, I'm working for Jesus.
Mm.
I'm doing Jesus' work when my people are suffering.
And Jesus will be shaking his head saying,
right.
No, you're not.
The amount that I was given will pay a teacher to teach children comfortably, 23 children or 30 children comfortably every month. But I was giving it to Daddy Gio to fuel his jet.
Yep.
Can't you see that we need cleansing? Serious cleansing of our minds, of our brains, all of them, of our spirituality. Everything needs to be cleansed. So that when we move in unison. We will know who we are.
Yep.
We know who we are fighting. Because I don't want to get there. When I see that white Jesus, I want to complain. You will use stone from behind and slap me down. Because you think I'm talking about your God. Oh, my sister, please go ahead.
But yeah, we have to do this job. And we are here to do that job. We were sent to do this job and we will do it. Do you know the problem about brainwashing Nigerians? That while starting from there, you see, people say you are what you eat. In the same way, you think the way you are taught. So the religious system, education system in Africa, it needs to change. What they are teaching our people needs to change. If you want a world of freedom, equity, justice, and fairness, your religious leaders need to change. Tell them to change because fire is coming for them. We're not going to continue to talk forever. No. Be far from your mind. This is not what this is all about. We will move, but we need our people to understand who we are moving against and who we are moving with. Like my sister said, I need to know my partners. I need to know those on my side working with me. And then those that we are moving against. We are moving against anyone still brainwashing our people, teaching them the wrong things, teaching them things that will not make them to be better human beings on earth. Because you have to be a better human being on earth before you go to heaven to be a better human being. God is not going to open his heaven to people that have destroyed Nigeria. Yes, let me repeat it. I said God will not open his heaven to people that destroyed Nigeria and Nigerians. Because you destroyed the heaven too. And God is smart.
And he made us in his image. So if you want a world, a better world, that Nigeria that is crime against humanity needs to go down. If you want a better Africa, the system, the colonial system that the white man put in Africa needs to be dismantled before you start any other thing that you're saying. Think of it now. Church of England owned slaves. Roman Catholic priests were involved in transatlantic slave trade.
Yep.
Till today, they have not changed. All the leaders of church in Nigeria, the Pentecostals, the Catholics, all of them, they are all in this game of setting up Christians and church members for massacre. Why they are protecting themselves and their children in a high wall, in all the high walled cities that have built for themselves. There's one they call Shiloh. They have Canaan land, Dominion City, Redemption Camp. They are building it. Inside it, they build electricity, schools and hospitals for themselves. And these things are not cheap. They're not free. The only time you, the common man, receives fan or AC is when you go to church on Sunday.
Ewo.
That's the only time you receive cool air. The cool air that Americans use like it's their normal life. Whether it's cold outside or it's hot outside, the American people are receiving controlled temperature in their homes. It's basic. You know, they'll call you on phone from time to time that do you have running water? Do you have electricity? Do you have... They want to make sure, randomly, they call random people to make sure that they are citizens, that they are living in controlled temperature, they have water, they have basic necessities. They ensure. They are not wishing that God will come down and do it. They ensure and put a system that will ensure that this is done. But my own people, the only time they receive cool air is on Sunday when they go to church.
Church of their slave masters, by the way.
Church of their slave masters. Then from Monday to Saturday, they are in hellfire. And you think this is normal? And you want to wait forever to change this? No wonder the Fulanis want to build Ruga. Because they want their own Dominion city. They want to build Ruga city to put their people inside. Because everybody is building their own city and putting a big wall for their people. Why would Fulanis think of killing my people and building Ruga? Clearly my people, kill all of them and build Ruga. Because the white man did it. Church is doing it. Religion is doing it. Everybody is doing it. They too want to do it. At the end, who will be left? The poor people. But you know what? Soon, those your high wall cities will not be high enough to stop the poor and the hungry. They will return, they will climb over. Somebody returned from home. He was telling me that the hunger in the land, that people are eating human flesh now. They kill people, roast and put inside bag. And some people still have the audacity in this abject poverty to show off wealth, ill-gotten wealth, stolen wealth. So I even hear that some are hiring India Obi, no thugs, to protect them. You know what? When the battle starts, the real battle hasn't started though. When it starts, those thugs that you hired to protect you will be the ones to show people where your hideouts are, where you hid your children, where you are. They will open the door from inside. Those thugs that you hired protecting you in your high wall cities, when the real battle starts, they will open the gates for the ones outside. So we are all in this together. You better come now. Let's fix things for our people. Go ahead, Sister Mona, please.
My dear, we're not even begging them because nature will take place. That's what it is. Soon, nature will take place. Those people that you think you will give olive oil, not even olive oil, what do I keep saying olive oil? Diesel oil, and give them rice. or give them one bag of salt. That salt you're giving them, they will feed it to you. They will lock you up and make you eat that salt until you die. We are calling you guys now. People like Abaribe that is still sitting on air calling LNC with the same breath he's mentioning criminal gang members. We know what you're doing. You're sitting out waiting to go and run for governorship. Wow, what an audacity. What an audacity when criminals are running our government at every level. They will still at the level of local chairman, it's not enough. Then they will go to assistant governor, what do they call deputy, it's not enough. Then they will become senators and still it's not enough. And then they will have the audacity to come back and say they want to be governors. And my people will watch. Your time is coming up, young. Time is running out. The criminals are coming. Right now, they are kidnapping regular people. Very soon, they will get the idea that it's called Powerball here in Texas. Powerball, in order for you to get the Powerball, they have to go and get the big fish. Ishias. One big fish, the problem is solved because kidnapping regular people, by the time they run around and get 10 million naira, you may have killed the...
It won't even be up to 10 million, maybe 1 million.
So
one big fish is like 1 billion. Imagine kidnapping in Abaribe. If you kidnap Abaribe, my dear, from the 10 billion that he has, his wife will go and bring 1 billion and give you now. Is that one not faster?
That quick.
That fast now. It's called wealth redistribution.
Yes.
One politician kidnapped. You get all the... Why are you going to kidnap my poor people now? There's no point now.
Are they even smart? And we're telling you guys, there are options on the table. There are things that we can do to change this narrative. We are smart enough to do this. We are capable of doing this. We are doing this for Americans. Come to the table so that we can work out this process and give people the kind of life that they deserve. It's no longer okay for you to bring your children overseas, buy your houses overseas, and then go back with your Akwobi men to go and run for governor. It's no longer okay. By the way, our land is calling us anyway, wherever we are. That's why with all the money, whatever you are, you call yourself whoever, every Christmas you manage to go home. I know a typical plane ticket from here to home when you take 4 children, you're looking at literally $15,000.
Yes. It's not out of what you're spending when you get there.
Yeah, just in flight alone. Can you imagine the money we are making for airline companies? Just imagine it. What we can do with that amount of money. My people, I will pull up the next video.
Yes, before you pull it, please, I will explain to you what this video, because we don't want you to misunderstand what he's saying. Because we have said, that the colonial masters are causing our trouble. But if you watch the video, you think they're saying, okay, it's an them. No, that's not what this video is saying. It's saying that they did not work alone. The colonial masters did not work alone. They had internal traitors. They had partners.
They still have internal.
And they're still living in our land. Because when they said they gave us freedom, they moved far away. But they left those traitors in charge, still bringing the cash to them. That's why you're not seeing a lot of white men in your land walking up and down. Why would they be walking up and down when they have stooges in the land bringing the money to them? So they will just stay where they are and use them. And we're telling you that these stooges, these traitors, they are in the church, in the religious system, they are traditional leaders, they are politicians, they are social influencers. So they have them everywhere. It's for you to shine your eyes. The traditional rulers, as we speak now, your traditional rulers, are on the payroll of Fulanis. Fulanis are paying them monthly. Why do you think they want to bring down the system of Fulanis? How can they help you? How can they help you to fight the people that are paying them and their children? They are just like the warrant chiefs we had during the colonial masters. The warrant chiefs, they removed the real traditional rulers that love the people and love the land, and replace them with warrant chiefs. In my area, they call them warrant chiefs. In some other places and parts of Africa, they may call them different names, but it's the same thing. So these warrant chiefs are the ones that will sell out to the people, to the slaves. And they're the ones today that are your traditional leaders, because they replace them and they continue to operate this Igwe. Like my place, they have Igwe, but originally the leaders of the land of my town was not called Igwe. It's a different name, and they were different. But from the time they used warrant chiefs, they made our traditional rulers to work as partners. That is where this man is going, so that you understand that we need to change things from down, not from up. Go ahead, please.
Leaders and the slave trade. We blame the whites for the slave trade we went through. We blame the whites that they offended us. They took us as slaves. But let's wait for a minute. Who sold the black man to the whites? Who sold the black man to the whites?
Still selling.
Our own traditional leaders.
They're still
the
selling.
enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. If we are asking the Europeans to pacify us and also to apologize to us, our traditional leaders must be the first to apologize on behalf of their ancestors for the evil they have done against their fellow blacks. Look at our attitude towards the environment and the destruction of our water bodies. All our river bodies are turned into dark brown. And you know what they said? In the next 20 years, if we don't stop this illegal mining, Ghana, we will import water to drink. Yet we don't care. And Chinese, they will come from their country into our forest, destroy our forest, destroy our land, and illegally mine and damage our waters. How can they come if the traditional leader didn't give them permission to do that? And in one instance, while they were dead, our military went there to protect them. Our own military that is supposed to protect us, rather protected the foreigners to destroy our water and destroy our forest. The enemy is not outside, the enemy is within. If you look at our own systems and structures in our country, we don't have a better system to improve the lives of people. Nope. That's why I was surprised when I read in China, they had a 10-year vision, and they said from 2011, their vision was that in 10 years from 2011, and 10 years from 2011 will be what year? This year, 2021, that they will raise over 20% of the people to become multi-millionaires. Now in 2021, they have 1.8 million Chinese who are multi-millionaires in China, and they are between the age of 40 to 50 years. Multi-millionaires. The government intentionally decided that they will make sure they will have 20% of the population multi-millionaires. They also agreed that they will make sure that they will lift up the poorest of the poor, and they lifted 100 million people from begging to live a better life. But in this country, in our country, we fight our own businessmen. Our government will fight our business people. When they know that your business is thriving, they know that perhaps you are not sympathetic towards the running party or the ruling party, they will fight you, collapse your company, and make you poor. When in China, they want to make the people rich. In Africa, we want to make our own people poor. The enemy is not outside. The enemy is within. Look at our African leaders. How much they stole, the money they stole away. We are told in Gambia, Jamal Yaha, he stole 11 million US dollars from his own country, Gambia. Sani Abacha stole between 1 billion to 5 billion dollars out of Nigeria. Hosni Mubarak stole 17 million US dollars in 8 years. The enemy is not outside. The enemy to our own progress is within. Look at our presidents, the presidents who were fighting for our independence, what we did to them. In Togo, the man who fought for the independence of Togo, called Sylvanus Olympio. When Togo got independence, he decided that they would not use the French franc, the French CFA. They decided they will have their own Togo currency. And you know what? They used Iyadema to kill him and to get rid of him. When Olympians wanted to make Togo great, the enemy within, the leaders within, killed him. In Burkina Faso, the man who gave them independence, Maurice Yamego, was eliminated by his own people. when Thomas Sankara came, his whole body group killed him and got rid of him. The enemy is not outside, the enemy is within. You look at our own country, Kwame Nkrumah started a new vision to develop Ghana, and who undermined him from within? They threw him out by Kutu.
All right, guys, because of time, you can see our brother did a good job telling us what we need to look out for. For those of you that say, why are you talking on social media? We are here to educate so that we can identify the source of our problems, so that when we move, we know who we are looking for. So it's not an accident that we are here every Sunday every Sunday, every Saturday to educate you guys on that. You know, we can now begin to know that when you engage the traditional leaders, you know what you're looking out for, right? Because sometimes we go out there thinking they have our best. For years, I thought somebody, they have Harvard and they Oxford and they, yeah. I thought they were representing us. So I really did. So we want people to understand who the enemies are so that when we go to look for them, we know how to identify them. Sister, go ahead.
And yeah, it's very important because, I mean, if you don't know who the enemy is, you start killing your partner. Those that are looking for freedom. LNC has been working for 21 years. Barrister Tony Nadi has been on it. Why would somebody that say he wants freedom say anything, a word, against Barrister Tony Nadi? Because you're ignorant. You
don't understand.
You don't understand. They have used your brain for popcorn. Then you put it and they're eating it. My sister Mona said, if you're not on the table, you are the menu. That means if you're not on the table of discussion, we are having dinner, right? And we are eating and talking. If you're not here, you are inside the pot we're eating. You are inside the pot. We are eating you. So people have been discussing. If you don't understand the discussion, they will be eating you.
Yeah.
That's why we come here every Saturday, so that they will stop eating you. Our people say they eat you because you don't understand what is going on. So the people that are discussing will be eating you, you're not part of it. Then we say this has to stop. You need to understand what the issues are so that you understand who your partners should be and who your enemy or who your enemies are. And then how to fight them. Because every weapon is not a weapon. Mm-mm. If you see one giant man like this and you carry stick and start hitting him, he'll be turning around now because you're massaging his body. He'll turn this side. Turn this side. You're massaging him. But if you understand your enemy, you understand the weapon. This is why LNC NINAS has told us time with that number. You need to make diagnosis. You need to understand the disease so that you understand the treatment. And people think we are coming to just talk. No. Because we have found out that why our people are going through what they are going through is because of ignorance. They simply do not know. And as a result, we are going in circles. We've been going in circles. Samuna will pull up another video for us because we know what the problems are. We can feel the symptoms, but we don't know where the disease is coming from. We don't understand the disease. And that is why it's important for you to understand the disease and you know how it will be fought. Now, you can see security challenges everywhere. You can see all the things, people are being killed. You see it. But if you don't understand who is killing who and why they are being killed, you will not understand the solution on the table by NINAS. NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They have been working for our freedom for 21 years in different phases, 5 phases. And we are now in the last phase. So we are in this last phase because we know that more people are agitated. Some are making noise. Some are trying to use our pain to eat and get money for their people. Every day they'll call themselves, they say that this, that, that. Of recent, we can see them fighting themselves. They will eventually fight themselves because they have been eating our people mugu. They have not done anything for the freedom of our people. All they did was collect money from our people and use it to buy houses for their leader, for their onion do, they call him. You know, it's the same manipulation, the same lie, deception, and manipulation Some will say, oh, I'm disciple of my onion do. I say, wow, we can really see your stupidity, how it is. Because you are like the person that you call your disciple, like you are the disciple. If you are the disciple of a criminal, if you can come out openly and say you are the disciple of a criminal, it means you're a criminal. Because if you're not a criminal, you would have known that the person that is discipling you is a chief criminal. You would have found out. So it's either you are deceiving yourself, you're lying to yourself, and lying to others. And we're saying enough of all these lies. We have war at hand, and we need to take care of what is happening to our people. So this video, they will show Boo Boo, because we still have him. I know some people don't like seeing that man. I don't even like hearing his voice. But then, he's still in charge of that your contraption called Nigeria. So from time to time, we want to listen to hear what he's saying. For people that are saying that he's dead, I don't know how dead people talk. Anyway, that's part of the deception and the manipulation. You know, when you assume that your enemy is dead, your enemy will have enough time to plan how to kill you, arrest you, detain you, because you're deceiving yourself and lying to yourself that your enemy is dead. So he's alive planning while you're sleeping and making noise. And at the right time, he will capture you. Like inside Azodon Ngiga, there's what we call Ngiga in my place. Ngiga is like, I don't know how to explain it.
A basket.
Yeah, like a basket, metal basket. So he uses it to roast meat. So Boo Boo will come with his Ngiga and capture you. Then roast you in his wonderful fireplace. That is what is going on. So we need to hear what Boo Boo is saying, because it validates what we are telling you, for you to know that their hearts, they are not for you. Please go ahead.
Institutions if security is going to be or become more local. In an exclusive interview with Channels Television at the State House, the president said he wants the traditional rulers and state governors to do more.
Well, you see, the role of traditional rulers must not be undermined, because in their areas, as I said, they know who is who. Even by families, not even talk of individuals. So we have to revert to that system for us to have an effective security in the localities. For example, there were two governors that came to see me about problem, Oyo State and one other state. I said, because the herders were in their forests, but the animals were going into the neighboring farms and eat the crop. I said, as far as I know, the farmers and the herders have been coexisting in Nigeria. Let them go and ask the local leadership what has gone wrong, why the break in communication between the local leadership and the herders that come on seasonal basis. The routes they follow, the forests they confine themselves to. Why are they now extending into the farms of people? I just said that because these things haven't been happening this year or last year or 10 years ago. For generations, people have been living like that.
So the state policing is not an option?
No, state police is not an option. Now, find out now the relationship between local government and the governors. Are they getting, in the third tier of government, are they getting what they are supposed to get constitutionally? Are they getting it? Try and see those people from local government that have confidence in you to tell you the truth. The fighting between local government and the governors.
The full interview with
My dear, you have to explain this to me. Was he speaking English or you're a Fufude? Which one was he speaking? Let me hear your explanation. I'm lost.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Right. We want to bring our people to here. You are in a region where people had forest reserves that they kept. They hardly go there. Now, because of increase in population and expansion, those reserves are now being used to build houses, build structures, as it should. That means that people in the forest need to live there. But look at your president, how he's explaining it. He said they have been living together with traditional rulers and they've been inside the forest, and then why are they fighting now? Were they fighting 10 years ago? I want our people to listen to the people leading you. That's why sometimes we bring this thing for you to wait. When they say hearsay, when we say they do not have the intelligence needed to lead 215 million people, people will think we are just lying. So once in a while, we bring a clip for you to listen for yourself and see whether this person is making sense. Do you understand? You have security issues on the table. You have military that should guard our borders and make sure that people that are coming outside from inside, people that are invading our land, make sure that they stop. You say, no, you're not going to do that. You failed in that. Then you want to go to the ground and work with traditional rulers and bypass the governors. I thought the hierarchy is supposed to go from up, then follow the line by line to down. But the federal government want to work with the traditional rulers. The same traditional rulers that the Fulanis have put in place. Remember, we told you that what happened was that the colonial masters came, hijacked all of us, stole the south, the north. And when we talk of the north, we're talking about the Hausas. The Hausas are the indigenous people of the northern part. So the Hausas for 200 years have been fighting to get free from the Fulanis. Don't get these things mixed up. Because what happened to the Hausas in the northern part of Nigeria is what will happen to the rest of you, Yorubas, Igbos, Nijos, all of you together. They swallowed the Hausas, killed them, destroyed them, took over their lands. And some sons of Hausas have been fighting for years. There's something we posted in our wall. We said the history that people will not want you to hear. Go to the Daughters of Truth Facebook wall. There are two things we posted again, apart from the video that Sister Muna told us about. Read them so that you understand. The Hausas for about 200 years have been fighting to remove these colonial masters. For them, at that time, were the Fulanis. Meanwhile, the white colonial masters were coming from the southern part of Nigeria, conquering the south and coming. And Fulanis were coming from the north, conquering the north and coming. When they now found themselves like, oh, two criminal gangs, like, oh, you want what I want? Okay, let's form partners. Let's become partners. They formed partners and united the southern protectorate to the northern protectorate for ease of administration. The only reason Nigeria was created was to make administration of these enslaved people easy for the white man and his partner, the Fulani. So anything they do and think, that's what they have in their mind. And that's the only thing that matters to them is that how they can make the white man to be comfortable in our land and the Fulani to be comfortable in that geographical space. So the things you're seeing, like, oh, why is it that security? They're not all this English you are speaking up and down is because you don't understand what these people are on your land to do. And to do this perfectly, they need the politicians in our land to work with them.
Traditional leaders as well.
Traditional leaders in our land to work with them. Church leaders in our land to work. The work of the church leaders is to brainwash you, just so that you're not able to think straight. That one, it has their own side because they give them money at the back. That's why they buy the jet for them. Take their children abroad. They reward them handsomely. Give their children jobs. Do all those things. Check them now. That's why everybody wants to open a church. Because when you open a church, you have some people.
You gather some people, you have the ability to gather some people, then they will
exactly. So
come
you gather some people that you're controlling. It's about control. So those people are being controlled. So they will lead, they will work with those church leaders. From time to time, they give them money, they share. They know themselves, they gather themselves. Before any politician will come in, they will go and meet the church leaders, the Mbakas, the all of them. They will meet them because they're in charge of some people. That's why they also work with freedom fighters, fake freedom fighters, because they know you gathered the people. So anything they tell you to tell the people will listen and follow you. So that is why, that's very to understand why they work with this set of people. So when you see Abaribe and Tito Obi attending the funeral of the parents of Ekpelima, you understand the link. Abaribe is not doing it to free you. Because if Abaribe wanted to free you, he will start with Aba environment. Aba environment that he's representing. Make sure that the governor does it. Make sure, push all the buttons. They know the buttons to push. If he were for you, but they are not for you. That's what we're saying. So they put all these people in charge, controlling you, leading you. These are just like slave camps. So that happened to the Hausas in the north. Hausas, for the longest time, we are living in slave camps that the Fulanis put in place. Changed their leadership, it became emirates. They made a caliphate of Sokoto. All these things, if you go, the history is there. We told people to go and study it. It's part of it going on. The only thing the Fulanis understand is that they need to take over your land, your resources, and your people. And they are coming to do that.
And they're using the template of the slave masters.
And they're using the template of, because they are partners. They are working hand in hand. The same thing happening in Nigeria is happening in all the whole Africa. You saw the other video we played. You saw the man there and what he said. All the things are working together for them. And you need to open your eyes to understand the proposition of LNC and the proposition of NINAS. Is when you understand what is happening to you, you'll be able to understand the way forward. If not, poverty will continue to deal with you. I will have told those of you that are living in London to go to the archives, to go and study these things. They are all documented. There's one that is documented in Travels and Discoveries of Captain Clapperton, Major Dixon Denham, and Dr. Walter Odney in Sudan, published in 1830. We posted this so you get more information. Like, you go and look for them. They are available in British Library on the 4th floor, the rare books and music section, Eastern Road, King's Cross. Those living in London know this place I'm saying. Go there. I know that as we're saying it, they might want to go and move some things. But you see some people that will ask for people that have it already. They will give them to you. And that is why the Colonial Secretary, Oliver Littleton, that later you now have Lord Condos or whatever, they proposed a confederation for the independence. When we are talking about, because they know that the only thing that will keep Nigeria together is Britain. Britain is the only one. And why are they keeping Nigeria together? So that the resources of Nigeria can go to Britain and the Nigerian people will suffer. And that's why we have left our land. That's why you have been enslaved. The new slavery is that you will pack your luggages and go to London. Whether you're a medical doctor, whether you're a professional, an engineer, or whatever, ask yourself, why are the medical doctors in Britain not coming to live in Africa? Why is it you that will graduate and pack your luggage and then give testimony in the church that now you're on your way to Britain, you're on your way to UK, you're on your way to London? You see, when you are young, you will not understand what we're saying. But when you are old and 70 years, begging your children, please, when I die, return me to my father's land for burial. That's when you understand what we're telling you. That's when you understand that we're here to help you, not against you. Think deep, my people. Think deep. What is happening to you is in your land. The first thing that happened to you is that God blessed you and gave you a land full of resources.
Choice land, by the way.
A choice land. That means the God that created the black man loves the black man. So the problem is not with our God. And the problem is not with our ancestors. Because as we study, we now found out some things that our ancestors said ahead of time. They told us, when you go, they told us. When they were making all these negotiations, our ancestors did not keep quiet. In some of the things we posted, there's one Yoruba, one of the founding fathers, not Awolowo, there's another one, it was a legal person. He kept telling our people, he said, we need to get away from these people. They are not for us. He kept repeating it on the negotiation table and telling our people, say, these people are not our stock. Let them go their way. He was saying this in Yoruba on the discussion table, telling his Yoruba people so that they will understand. Awolowo also tried to communicate the same thing to his people. You know, in every land, you have truth seekers and liars, you know, criminals. The truth seekers, even in Britain, they have white people that will have conscience. They want us to live a good life. In America here, we meet them. They have conscience. They want a better world. They want fairness. They want equity. They want justice everywhere for all. So you have them in Yoruba land. You have them in Hausa land. You have them in Igbo land, in Ijaw land, everywhere. And that's what we're telling you, that in days ahead, we are grouping ourselves as truth seekers so that the liars and the criminals will fall off. And that's part of the alliance. That's why sometimes when you see Tony Nadi, they say Tony Nadi does not hear, he does not listen. He does not work with you, you're a criminal. He already knows. We have read history, we have studied to see that the only reason, that the thing that made us to be in this thing is that the enemies had some people in our land that they were working with.
Yep.
Now, if you know this, you think you want to work with those people to get freedom for your people? No. And we, as daughters of truth, will not work with you either. If you like lies, you like deception and manipulation, manipulating the people and deceiving them, daughters of truth will not work with you. That's why we keep working with Barrister Tony Nadi. We identify with Lower Niger Congress. We identify with NINAS. Because we have been in a group before. We tell you all the time. We were in IPOB before. And we have met some other people that were in IPOB before, because we went there with our clean mind, thinking that they wanted to do something for our people. We wanted to collaborate with them and work with them. We were not swallowed up. We went with our brain and we came out with our brain. So by the time we got in there, got even to their leader and found out he was not for the freedom of our people. Rather, he wants to set up our people and reduce our land to Somalia. So when you say this, reduce our land to Somalia, we can easily be conquered by the enemy. Who is your friend and who is your partner and who is not your partner. These things are not lies, they are truth. You will find out by yourself. We want you to go and find out. Even those that say we are fighting people that are corrupt in IPOB. If you are in one mouth fighting corrupt people in IPOB, and in one mouth saying you're a disciple of your own Endu, you are a liar and there's no truth in you. We tell them we said it. Tell them, daughters of truth, say anybody coming to you, my people, listen, saying that they want to fight the criminals in IPOB, be it a DOS, be it what is the other name they like call? In one mouth they're saying that, and in the other mouth they're telling you that they are a disciple of Operina, Onyendu. That person instantly know that the person is a liar. That person is just looking for what she will get, her own cut. And mostly all these politicians, people that were politicians in Nigeria, because that's what has happened. Politicians found themselves into IPOB. So they are there for their own cuts. It's their own money. Don't be deceived that they give you 10,000. What they do is that they give you $10,000 and take $100,000. It's business. This business that I'm used to in Nigeria. My people call it waiting to get released. They give you $10,000 in donation and then get themselves to the leader, the table of their leader, so that the leader that is dividing everybody, the leader is dividing portion for everybody. We give them their own portion. So you will be part of India. That's what happens. But these things we're saying, If you can think by yourself, you will discover the truth by yourself, not us leading you. Samona, please go ahead.
My dear, it's a no-brainer. The point of the matter is that this is a new year. It's a new time for us to begin this process. It's a new time for those of you that, especially that are new on this platform, that don't understand what we need or what we are doing to get to our self-determination, get to the self-determination process. You can always go to the website, ninasvoice.org. I know that a lot of our people are not well learned. You can watch our videos to see. We do our best to explain these things in simple words for people to understand. The point of the matter is that we are not here to deceive any person, but rather we are here to ensure the future of our children. We are not even worried about the politics anymore, because since all along it's all about rhetoric and all these things. I want to make sure that my niece and my nephew, my nephew took an exam, an international exam, passed it the first time. While in Nigeria, they paid for him to take the second one, he passed it, 2 of them, and he cannot function in Nigeria when his brain is on fire. So I have a very good reason why I want a safe environment for my people. If you don't want it, if you want it so that you can be eating dead bodies or killing bodies and eating them as suya, that's on you. But what I want is for my nephew that is hot to be able to live a decent lifestyle. And I don't think it's too much to ask for. So we know what works. That propaganda does not work, that photoshopping does not work, that people that are benefiting from the pain of our people and collecting money and changing their name from this name to that name and shouting on the radio and calling Elohim and Elohim and all this stuff. Are we not tired of all this shouting? For the first time, can we look into the process? Can we look into the process that will work once and for all? For those pretending that they know what the other people are doing, waiting, walking, going back and forth. They haven't even gone inside to see what is being done. And you're just sitting there promoting what you don't know. And that's another thing we're asking our people. You are no longer allowed to speak on any topic you don't have any information on. That your fakeness is done. We are done with it. That your ignorantly arrogant is done with. You can no longer speak on a topic that you do not have any information on. Anybody giving you information must back it up with an evidence. Mbagawa Ajambele is no longer enough. We are not going to listen to mediocrity. We're not going to listen to, Chief said it, doctor said it, Mazi said it. Mazi and Chief and doctor must back it up with evidence. Show us where it is. You claim that you're working for our people. Show us your roadmap to getting our people where they need to go. And not for you to wake up and say, oh, don't eat goat meat anymore. Don't eat cow meat anymore. See, that's going to get my people anything. When it's supposed to have been done 100 years ago. We know what to do, people. We come here every Saturday so that you begin to understand the process. So that when we see our enemies, we will exactly identify them, deal with it accordingly, and move on to the next chapter. That's what this is all about. This is what this is all about. So I don't know if we have time for phone call. I will post our phone number here. If not, we'll just round it up. We've actually passed our time, but I don't think it's fair for us to end without giving that opportunity for people to call. Our number, you can call it as a WhatsApp +1 774-338-0942, or you can also call it as a phone number, whichever one that you would like to share. And then if you want to come in person, actually, let me post the link so that I can, excuse me. If you want to come in and, and join, we'll give you that opportunity as well. If not, we'll move on. The information. All right, so yeah, I posted it. So the information is there. Yeah, the information is there on our link. So if you want, you can join so that you can come in and give us your contribution. But the good news is that we know what to do to change that narrative that Nigeria is the same yesterday and forevermore. We want something that is sustainable for our children, our brothers, It's no longer okay for my brother to be hiding somewhere in America, working CNA and wiping butts. That's not, men don't see their grandmother's butts. And we're not going to change that narrative because now you're in America, where you're supposed to be doing something else. There are other things that you can do. So we need to make sure that our brothers have the kind of job that they deserve. Our sisters the same. We need to change all of this. We can no longer hide in America, refuse to contribute to things that can help our children back home. You know, people have ideas on what to do to help our people back home. But those that are capable of helping are not helping because their children are safe. So you see why the good men and women will have to rise up and do the job, because we can no longer complain. We've been complaining for years, nothing has changed. We just have to get up and grab the bull by the horn and take it to where we need to go. Are you on board? Are you going to be part of the process? Follow the process so you can understand what we're doing. So when we say move, you move. You know where we're going. You will not be confused. We will not find you in Uguawasa. When we are going to southern area, then you find yourself in the northern region because you don't know where we're going. That's why we're trying to carry you along. So the purpose of the every weekend videos or teachings is for you to understand where we're going. Okay, so while we're waiting for callers, we'll go ahead with our take-home points. Our goal is actually to be able to explain this in our language as well. So if anybody knows how to break this down in different languages for us, that would be awesome. Well, I wonder if Google can even do this. Google Translate. The only thing with Google Translate is that when it translates, you have to make sure it says it says what it wants you to say. So you actually have to know the language yourself, right, sister? All right. So what is our way forward? Our take-home point today is to dismantle colonial institutions and geopolitical structures. These are important because if we don't do this, if we continue to see Eliza as the mother of it all, then we're in big soup. If we continue to think Tony Blair, the criminal gang member himself, if you guys begin to understand the criminality of that so-called former prime minister, he himself, Boko Haram will become a joke. He went that far. We're also saying that foreigners should no longer drive our developmental agenda. We can no longer allow them to come into things that are dear to us because they don't understand. They don't even care for who we are as people. We must find ourselves on the table, or guess what? You will be on the menu. They will be eating you like my sister said earlier. The issue is the 1999 military decree that we must decommission before any election. We must decommission it before any election. Whether they come out in the name of Goodluck Jonathan, they come out in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, they come out in the name of St. Anthony, they are not going anywhere. We will not listen to them. They are not smart enough to offer us what we want. We want to be able to have leaders that are accountable to us, leaders that are sensitive to their people's need, leaders that will go out there and put their neck on the table to serve their people. Not the ones that will jump out at any flight of any issues. They will jump in their private jet and take off. And then finally, be a change agent. Because you can sit in your own house. We've heard it. We've got people that called us and said, oh, we like what you're doing. Continue. I'm drawing a business plan. Once this thing happens, then I will show up and open up a hospital and hire people. That's what your people are saying. So we have to do this together. It's not going to be free lottery where you will fly from Nigeria and come to America and live your best lives. This one, you have to do the work. So drop your business plans. Drop the business plan. Come, let's do the work. And then when it's time to eat, which is your business plan, then you can bring that on the table. And support the movement with 3 T's. We've mentioned these 3 T's over and over again. It's called talent, time, and treasure. Use any of them to help this movement. If you don't have money, you will have time. If you don't have time, you will have talent. There's something that you can do to get this work done. It's not that difficult. Education is key. So for the ones that do not understand where we're going, that think, oh, why are you guys doing it on social media? My brother, you are so lost. You don't even know how far gone your people are. They don't even have brain, talk less of the one that is brainwashed. It's gone. Don't let their degrees deceive you. That's why they will be in high places answering Ngozi Okenja. And she will never mention the flight of our people. That's why they will write books, well known all over the world. Their books have been turned into movies. When they get an opportunity to speak, they say, how come we don't have electricity in Port Harcourt? You see, we all have to do this work. You cannot live it for no man. And that's why I love LNC. It's a movement by everyone that understands the process. So come on board. Nobody is over you. If you know what you need to do to make the process work, once you understand it, you move. We are not here to command and control you. We're here to educate you so you can do the work. This is orientation. Sister, do you have anything to add before I?
Yes, dear. We're telling our people that any change, because you heard when I said the taking points about dismantling the geopolitical structure in our land by foreigners. And foreigners, whether you're white or black. And when we use white or black, we're not using white paper. We're saying it in quotes. We know the people being referred to white, and we're not saying that they're white in color. Those that say, oh, God is white. Have you seen God before? So we are saying it in quotes of why they say white, black. That's just that category. Don't think it deep. Don't think it deep. So anything that the Westerners, the colonial masters, the structures that they put that is enslaving our people, the beginning of removing it is dismantling those structures. It's a no-brainer. And we say that one of the structures is the 1999 Constitution, which has dual ideology in it. Sharia is in it, and they try to do something else. It will never work. We know that trying to bribe the Jaws, because the Jaws are coming up. The Jaws are also part of NINAS. They are working with NINAS. They're understanding where NINAS go, and they're coming in block and as a nation. Because that's what we want our people to do. Organize your nation, organize your people in a block. Then you come into NINAS in block. Don't come into NINAS one by one. Come in block. Gather your people that think like you. They want freedom. Gather them together. That work of gathering is your work. It's not me. I'm not going to gather Yoruba people. That's why I gather Igbo people. Because I will gather my own people and we'll meet in NINAS. That everybody will be represented. If you want, be only 60,000 in number. You are a people. If you want to be 5 million, you are a people. If you want to be 10 million, you are a people. Assemble your people, come together to the table of discussion so that we will move forward. So the first step, because we know that the Fulanis are trying to bribe the Jaws. That's why they're pushing Goodluck, Ebele Jonathan, to come back in 2023. And we are saying there is no 2023 talk, except we discuss our sovereignty disputes. We say that the enemy is about to swallow us. The Fulanization agenda is not a joke, it's real. And they about up to finish it and in the final phase of it. And we are saying we will not go into another Fulani election, Fulani organized election, except we sort out this sovereignty disputes. It's when we finish, we can now talk of election. As a result, NINAS, the next step is referendum, multi-regional referendums. Remember, it is our program. It's not Fulani program. Fulani's agenda is Fulanization, so they are running with that. The British agenda is colonialization, and they are running with that. But we, the indigenous people, our own agenda is self-determination, and we are running with that.
We do not need the validation of Fulani or British or America or anybody, any foreigner. We don't need their validation or their approval because we are the owners of the land. So we are running with it. The next thing is referendum. And for us to make sure that this is not, we said that something will be in place, which is transitional government. So the Ijaw people, we are talking to you now. As they're coming to bribe you with good luck, Ebele Jonathan. What changed? The good luck, Ebele Jonathan, that they removed 2015 and brought their Buhari that is killing them now. Why did they now suddenly think that it's good luck they want to bring back? It's the same system. And we have told you in this platform that you cannot put a new wine in an old wine skin.
Nope, nope.
1999 Constitution must go down before we begin any other discussion, except you're bringing good luck to head the transitional government that we're talking about. And if that is what you have in mind, you don't need to wait till 2023 to get that done. What you will need to do, those that are listening to us, is to tell Buhari to step aside like they did in South Africa. Today, not tomorrow, not 2023. We don't need to vote. Tell Buhari to step aside, discuss with us, and you set up transitional government because we need to talk about the member, the timeline, and the how it has to be done. Then put good luck to head the transitional government so that we begin what we're saying. And it has a mandate. The transitional government will have a mandate. Conducting referendum is part of it. And we are talking of regional referendums. Bringing down is after the referendum. The essence of referendum is to say who is inside and who is outside. When you finish that, that's when you now go to new constitution. That is how it's done. You have to give birth before you carry the baby. You don't carry the baby and then go and give birth. It's one after the next one. Thank you very much, my people. Thank you for today. We love you all the time.
All right, thank you so much. You can see I want to promote my Made in Aba. This is Alfie here, it's straight from Aba. We are all about Aba region. So support our brothers and sisters in Aba. Do not be giving your money to Oscar de la Renta and all that stuff. Aba can do even better. So heads up to our Aba designers, sewers, and we will support you in everything that you're doing because soon, very soon, we will have our own place. So till next week, remain safe. We will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful weekend and be safe. Do not let the church leaders take you guys down with their rhetorics. Do not let them deceive you. Your brother is not your problem. Your mother is not your problem. Your neighbor is not your problem. The only problem that you have is the Fund Federation called Nigeria, running under the military decree, fake 1999 Constitution. If we understand that, then we'll be, we'll be where we're going. So again, Aba made. You're all about Aba made, man. We'll continue to promote you guys, and before we know it, we'll get where we're going. Bye, brothers and sisters. Have a wonderful weekend.
I chọrọ ka akpọpụta nwanne anyị nwoke comrade Asụsụ Chinedu Peters ka ọ kọwara anyị ife jikọtalụ customary government with all other groups. Customary government of indigenous people of Biafra is not a pro-Biafran group. So ka ọ kọwara anyị ife jikọtalụ groups niile na-ekwu okwu Biafra ha na customary government. Kọwakwela anyị structure nya bụ mbaraga niile customary government ji alụ ọlụ ndị bidogo function ba. Ka unu wee malụ na ebe ị nọ bụ na gọọmenti ahụ gọọmenti ga-enye dulu Biafra, dulu anyị banye n'ime Biafra. And ifro ka o kwuru esi na ịkpọ ọba gị mkpọkọrọ agbata obi ga-eweli ewe kwa afịa. Ọ bụrụ na Biafrans recognize ya their customary government wee welie na-alụ ọlụ nye ogwululie onye ezi eme gịnị atụ anya ụjọ. Ya anyị na-akpọlite asụsụ ka ọ bịa were microphone ka ọ kọwalụ ndị Biafrans nọ here na ndị na-enene ife anyị na-ekwu na ife anyị na-eme ife bụ customary government of Biafra. Daalụ
onye isi m. Biafrans kwen oyista ka na-atụ anyị unu adịrọ sure. Biafrans kwen kwezuonu. Ekene m unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche na ohere ọma anụ nwunye m, mana dịka o si na dị ihe anyị na-ekwu maka ya abụọ maka ndị Igbo sọsọ, so a na-atụgwu ya n'olu bekee adị mmemme ọ dị nkenke n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Ihe na-em ka ngazie bụ ka anyị ghọta ihe bụ customary government of indigenous people of Biafra. This is a very vital topic and issue everybody needs to understand. Understanding the customary government of indigenous people of Biafra, the structure, its relationship with pro-Biafran groups. Biko, ejima akwụkwọ mana all the very few, and ọbụrụ onye ọbụla ga-enweta ya, but subsequently I ga multiply ya so that every person can get a copy of this, and it will also be pasted on our website and other social platforms. Ihe njinaka ebe a bụ the organogram of the customary government of indigenous people of Biafra. The organogram. And in nke dị n'azụ ya, I will explain that later. It's another governmental structure, well detailed. This one was sent to me by Nnamdi Kanu after we visited and we had a discussion, so that everyone and all Biafran people will understand what we are doing and where we are heading to. But meanwhile, while this lecture is going on, I'm going to be very brief. Kama distraction prolong because I wouldn't want to prolong this brief discussion, because I would like us to give me these 15 minutes and give me your attention. Understanding the customary government of indigenous people of Biafra, the working and why do we have the customary government? I do want to ask, what is government? What is government? Ndị mmadụ na-amara ihe bụ government. Many people amara ihe bụ government. People do not understand what government is all about. If I ask, what is government? Yesterday, I told somebody we are debating on why corruption is so much in most African countries, especially Nigeria. And I told him that the reason why things are not working properly here is because governors and government officials are powerful, more powerful than the government. The person became confused. Because police, if you ask a government, governor, if you ask a government, but that is an upside down ideology of what government is. Government is the people. Government is the people. Those people that you call government are supposed to serve what? The people. They are there to serve the government. They are there to serve the people. And the reason they join government, in a layman's definition, government simply means a machinery, a machine, a vehicle that conveys the aspiration, the need of the people to their designated, their aspirated destination, or where they aspire to get to. That is what government is all about. Now, an argument again. So many people have come up to say, administrator, you must have come across this. You must have come across this argument. Forget about government. What is government? When Biafra come, we'll now talk about government. Now we are in freedom fighting. There's nothing like government. There's nothing like government. We are in freedom fight. It is command and control. Now, this statement now brings me to why should you have a government in place in pursuit for self-determination? In our neighbor, aging 2 organogram. These organizational structures, this one, more or less, is a transitional. What we have here is customary government of indigenous people of Biafra. It is not a sovereign government. It is a de facto government. So as a result, this is like a vehicle, the structure of the government that will convey our aspiration for freedom to our destination, which is sovereignty of Biafran people. While this is a well-detailed structure of a government of a sovereign nation. Of a sovereign nation. So we will start with this. This is where we are at the moment. What do we want, my people? What do we want? What do we want? What does Biafran people want? What do they want? So our aspiration and destination is what? Freedom. Biafran people want. And how can we get to that freedom? Some people thought that freedom is going to fall from heaven. Or one day you wake up and they will say you go and get your freedom. Let me tell us, the reason one of the reasons, I've already started both the importance and the reason why you have the customary government. Number one, the reason why you have to establish a customary government or a de facto government is to put up a structure in place. Is to put up what? A structure in place that will enable you to continue when you get your independence, because you are not going to build your country in a vacuum on air. So that is the reason why you have to have a de facto government, a framework, so that the world will know that you are governable people. You can be under authority. Another reason why you have to this customary government was set or put in place is to bring our people what? Together. If you look at the structure of this government, I'm going to take it one after the other, because it's not going to take me 3 minutes to just read it down. But I want you to first of all understand why this is being put in place, so that our people can be brought together. In and now, if you go out there, there are more than 50 pro-Biafran groups out there. Am I lying? Each of the group leadership claiming to be all in all. Many of them have adopted what they call command and control. That once everything stands and ends with the leader, if he tells you something, you must obey it. You don't even have to ask any question. Those of you who are members of MASOB or other groups, I believe you understand, you had the experience of what I'm talking about. But the point is that if you have a structure, there is a saying that says, power corrupts, isn't it? Absolute power does what? Corrupts absolutely. That is what command and control. In fact, so many people are talking about saboteur. The reason why saboteur will continue, sabotage will continue in Biafran agitation is because there is no proper system of governance in place. It is the system of the governance that will checkmate the activities of everyone involved. I was discussing with somebody yesterday and I told the person, the reason why people over there, probably in the Western world or developed countries, looks as if to say they are more civilized, they obey the rules, everybody maintain law and order. While if you come to this place, it's like a jungle, just animal jungle. In fact, some people that call Nigeria zoo, I've been praying, no, Nigeria is not a zoo, my brother. If Nigeria is a zoo, to be honest with you, I will not be agitating for Biafra. I will not be, if Nigeria is a zoo, I will not be agitating for Biafra. Tell somebody I say so. Because in zoo, animals are well taken care of. In zoo, animals are well protected. You don't just go inside the zoo and start killing animals. If any of them get sick, they do what? They take care of them. Animals don't just wake up and start doing anything they like because they can do it. But in animal jungle, it is the jungle of the fittest. The survival of the what? The fittest. Nothing will happen. In the jungle, you see animals eating their, becoming carnivorous. What will you call carnivorous in Nigeria today? Is that somebody will go into power and divert the fund that is meant to provide source of livelihood to the people, or in billions of dollars, no DAK. And people are dying. That is that is the height of Madebo a carnival. Ladies, young people, young girls now because they cannot even feed them. That is animal jungle for you. So if Nigeria is a zoo, I will not be doing what I'm doing today. Nigeria is an animal kingdom. Now let me go back to what I was saying. The reason why there is sabotage in the process is because things are not organized. Things are not put in place. System is not working. Somebody argued with me that no, they know how to, it is in their blood. It is in their blood to maintain law and order. I said no. In fact, Igbo people are the worst. They are the worst. I say it. It's not because they are more civilized, it's because the system there is what? Working. Governors in Nigeria will travel abroad, they will enter train. If the train is full, they will stand up and hold their hand like this and get to where they're going. If they are driving on the car, they will maintain the traffic rule. But here, you see somebody that is a government official, he will jump directly opposite the traffic and be driving with impunity. Then every other person should jump into lagoon so that he can pass. That is animal jungle for you. That is because the system is not what? Working. Because if you do it there, the system is already in place. That even those in governance, their prime minister does what? Obey those rules. Because the system is working. And what makes that system to work, my people, is the people. If any prime minister or any president in the Western world misbehave, who normally comes out? The people. You see people criticizing them left and right. But here, they will do all sorts of evil. And at the end, they will come to church, they will give them first seat in the church. In the community, they will give them chieftaincy title. In the street, they are being honored like demigods. That is the reason why things are not doing what? Working. Our people, it is time everybody rises up. Because if this continue, our children will continue to be slaves forever and ever. It will never end. And that is why we are doing what we are doing today. And going back to what I'm saying, understanding the customary government. I told people, if we are not doing what we are doing today, South Sudan will be a paradise compared to what Biafra will be when they get there. It is one thing to ask for freedom. It is another thing to know what to do with that freedom when you get it. That is what we are trying to do here. To make sure we put the structures in place. You can imagine, this is my brother, you can attest to that. This thing that happened to me in my palm. All fellow Biafran groups, they were fighting. And they nearly mobbed us to death. Now you can imagine what will happen tomorrow if Biafra comes. And all those claiming commander-in-chief, battalion-in-chief, and the rest of them, all those titles they give to them, our prime minister and the rest of them. Yeah, at the end, when Biafra comes, everybody will now start marshalling out their own armies and they will start killing ourselves. That is what we don't want. And that is why we need what? A customary. And I've said it, customary government is not a pro-Biafran group. It is the structure. Everybody is part of it. Nobody, it is governmental structure that will accommodate everybody. Everybody has a place. And that is now where I will now go in to read out some of the structures that we have and why we put them in place. Don't forget, I said, if you don't have a proper structure, sabotage will continue. I told him now the kind that they met him at the Kuje prison. I say, now that we are talking about unity, everybody is now coming together. In fact, the guy is on high spirit. He wants Biafra people to come together because we have fought for this thing since 2015 to bring our people back together. Everything we did is thwarted. Everyone are there are not thwarted. People are just, but thank God, now the last meeting we had, unity meeting, he was there. He sent his delegates. And we went to see him. He even wanted to sponsor the next unity meeting of all pro-Biafran groups so that we can come together and speak with one voice. That is where we are heading to. But I told you, he was complaining that now somebody will now go out and sabotage. And said, let me tell you, people will sabotage. The only checkmating of people being a saboteur is to do what? Set up a proper structure. You can go to bed and sleep. The structure is running. Nobody can compromise. And that is why we have the customary government of indigenous people of Biafra. That is why it was set up. There's no other reason. There's nothing like command and control. Some people say they are under oath. They are under oath. The people that are misbehaving today, all of them, didn't they take oath? They took oath. Many of them even administered the oath to other people. What happened? Nothing. Is it not all about oath? It is setting up the system. Oh yeah, things are going wrong badly every day. People are not going to church. Fasting and prayer. Things are going wrong. Fasting and prayer. Maybe God gets in about. Why do you have to do what you need to do so that things will work out what better?
And you go. You know?